killing it in WWE, doing a fantastic job in WWE. Not only have we got Cody, but we've also got Asuka, who returned. And Alexa Bliss came back as well. So I think Alexa Bliss is going to be really interesting because it feels like her character has evolved. It feels like she's gone back a little bit more to the goddess. I'm really interested to see if that is true and see what happens tonight. So looking forward to seeing Alexa and seeing where we are with her. Looking forward to the next step in the Asuka Becky feud and seeing where we are with that. The next step in the Seth and Cody feud as well. And see where we get to with that. And then, of course, the only thing that's really been previewed is Bobby Lashley against Omos in a steel cage. That's the only match that I've actually seen previewed for this week. I'm sure there are others, and normally in this hour before, that's when they start to release a bit more information as well. So I'm sure there'll be some stuff that comes out and things that get added. But as of right now, it's only Judgement Day saying they want to add another member, which I don't think that happens tonight, but it is interesting that they want to add another member. So, Judgment Day want to do that, and also we've got Omos and Bobby Lashley. Can I just say, I typed out a message on Twitter just to let people know we were live. I've just come to send it, and the whole thing is in lowercase, which I 100,000% never did. Never did I type this out in lowercase. So, unless there's been a change to Twitter and it's all just lowercase now, or if I have accidentally pressed some button that I never knew existed, all my text has gone to lowercase on Twitter. Let me just see. Can I do a caps letter at all? No, it does let me do capitals. That is so strange. That is so strange. Like, look at this. Every single letter there is lowercase. No way. No way have I typed it that way. No way. No way. 0% chance. Because when it comes to hashtags, I never, ever, ever... I don't even like how it looks in lowercase. There is 0 chance that I've made a mistake and done that in lowercase. Like, literally, I've just pressed the button and it's just changed it all, which has just completely thrown me off. I'm still going to send it out, but yeah, that has really thrown me. That has really thrown me. Okay. No, Twitter is lowercase. Haven't you heard? Huh? What do you mean? Is Twitter... we should blame Elon. Hang on. Whoa. Amazing lowercase. What's going on? It must be autocorrect. No, because it's auto-corrected everything and everything was spelt fine. Are you telling me that this is now a change? No. Is it? No. It can't be. Hang on, I'm going to try and send a message in capital letters. Test. I have literally just sent the word test and it's in capital letters just to see if it actually sends. Yeah, it's gone through fine. I have no idea what's happened. Okay, I know it's boring, but that's just kind of thrown me a little bit. Okay, anyway, so the only thing that I've heard is the steel cage match. So we've got that coming up tonight, and as we said, Judgment Day have said that they are looking for more members, new members. The other news is that we have got news about Ric Flair having one more match for Jim Crockett Promotions. So this is really strange because Jim Crockett Promotions was a territory back in the day. And it's like an old wrestling promotion, which, to my knowledge, went bust and hasn't been seen since. I think, didn't it become WCW? I've got a feeling that it was Jim Crockett Promotions that was purchased and changed to WCW, and then obviously everyone knows what happened with WCW. But I saw the little clip that's doing the rounds. Ric Flair's going to have one more match. It's going to be on Fight TV. It's on a Sunday. And I got to admit, I'm pretty tempted to do a watch-along for it. Because I know that a lot of people are down on Ric Flair. after the Dark Side of the Ring episode, which is totally understandable. It is just worth remembering, though, that he denies the allegations that are against him that were made in that episode. But obviously, doesn't look good for him. But truthfully, I don't know where the truth lies on that plane ride from hell. So I don't know quite where the truth is. Everyone's seemingly abandoned Ric Flair now. But I am tempted to do that final match. His final match, which might not be his final match. I've never known someone have so many final matches. But apparently it's going to be a tag match. And I got sent a thing saying that it might include Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, who is one of Ric Flair's greatest ever opponents. Yeah. I think that would be quite interesting. I would like to see that. It was James that sent me that through, and Trey Gaming as well. Comes from Fightful. Fightful have learnt plans for Ric Flair to wrestle Ricky the Dragon at this year's Starcast in a tag team match. So, I don't know, man. I'm tempted to watch it. Ric Flair, for my money, is the best wrestler of all time, like the greatest wrestler of all time. I think if you take in match quality, if you take in his importance to wrestling, the impact that he had on wrestling, how long he was champion for, just everything, put everything in, his promo skills as well, of course, his image, I mean, his quotes as well, things like to be the man, you gotta beat the man, and the wooing away, and the styling and profiling, and like he just had a lot. He had a lot. Great promos, great feuds, great matches. The greatest heel of all time, in my opinion. And not only that, he was obviously did it in WCW, did it in the NWA, did it in WWE, was at WrestleMania, was main event in Starrcade, NWA champion, in the Four Horsemen, which might be the most important faction of all time. Like, you can kind of sit and go down the list that makes why Ric Flair is so special and what makes him such an iconic wrestler. And to be honest, I feel like that list of achievements is probably what gives him top spot. So the fact that this would be his final match, I must admit, has definitely got me like, it feels like one of those like how Mayweather's doing that exhibition, or was, and how you get like these fighters coming back, like when Mike Tyson did that exhibition fight against Roy Jones Jr. You get this a lot now, more and more actually. It's a new way for like retired fighters to just get that final payday. We're seeing Mayweather doing it a lot, where he does these exhibition fights. Sort of feels like one of them. Sort of feels like, don't expect much, but it might be your final chance to see Ric Flair competing. It's probably not going to be great. He's had really bad health. It's probably not a great idea. The only thing I can think is that he's in a tag match and he'll get probably a little time in there. But he's been putting out videos of him training. I've seen those, been getting sent those. He's been actually doing some work with Jay Lethal, getting putting in some grind and, just kind of going through the motions again. And so I think health-wise, I don't know. There's wrestlers that do compete quite late. Jerry the King Lawler. I don't know if he still competes, but he was competing up until recent years. I don't know when you call it time, but with Ric Flair's health problems, you would probably say, we're past that point when it comes to Ric Flair. Yeah, I don't know. There's something that just makes me think like, wow, if Ric Flair is wrestling, then that is a big deal. And I'm sort of torn. As to whether to watch it or not. Because part of me knows, A, it's going to be awful. B, health-wise, not in a great place. C, I know everyone's cancelled him. But then on the other side, it's like, oh my God, it's Ric Flair. It's Ric Flair. Arguably the greatest of all time. And legit now, might not ever get a chance to watch him wrestle again. I'm also really intrigued to see what the crowd is. I'm really intrigued to see who goes to that type of an event. Is it just a lot of the old fans? Is it going to be a load of 60, 70-year-olds in the crowd? I can't imagine it's going to be youngsters. So I'm sort of intrigued by the event and by the match. And I still don't know who's in it, but reports Ricky the Dragon. I mean, Ricky the Dragon's no spring chicken. But do you remember at WrestleMania, that we are going off on a tangent, I will bring it back. But do you remember at WrestleMania, was it 25? They did Ricky the Dragon, Jimmy Superfly Snuka, and Rowdy Roddy Piper versus Chris Jericho. Jericho was saying he's so good, he can beat all these legends on his own. And Ricky the Dragon did such a good job in that match that he ended up having a one-on-one rematch with Jericho, I think, at the next pay-per-view. And it was great. It was really, really good. Really, really good. Now, obviously, that was 13 years ago. So I wouldn't be expecting, Ricky the Dragon to be that same level, of course. But, yeah, he is someone that is a brilliant in-ring competitor as well, Ricky the Dragon. So to get a chance to watch him again as well would be cool. So little bit torn on it. It all gives the clip of Rick saying, "I will never retire," a new meaning. And chances are this isn't the final Ric Flair match. As we said, we've been down this road many times. He had the greatest send-off at WrestleMania 24. I mean, it just could not be better. You know, him in there. The only way you could make it better is if it actually main evented the show. It didn't main event the show, but it was one of the main events of that show. And I'm sorry, I love you from Shawn Michaels, and then that super kick, and God, it was so good. And then obviously he went to TNA, but the thing is, I never saw him in TNA because I never watched TNA. So to me, he retired. I mean, I don't think we saw him in the WWE ring since then. I'm pretty sure that was his last match. I know he did a little thing for one of the Saudi shows, but that was him more as a manager. I can't remember him ever actually having a match when he returned. So unless there's something glaringly obvious I'm forgetting, which could happen, I think that was his farewell to WWE. So, but as I said, TNA stuff I didn't watch, so it didn't affect his retirement to me. And this one, again, in a fairground, it's kind of like proper old school, isn't it? It's proper old school. It's proper like, this is where we started with the carnivals and the circuses. Like, that's where wrestling kind of comes from. And so, like, I'm sure it's like back at, like, you know, a fairground type venue. It's just a few things that I'm definitely like, interested in. David Paul said, it's going to be Flair and FTR against Rock and Roll with Steamboats. You see, that's pretty cool, innit? See, like, Rock and Roll, one of the greatest tag teams of all time. Ric Flair, as we just said, maybe the greatest wrestler of all time. Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, arguably his best opponent of all time. And one of the greats. I mean, WrestleMania 3, Ricky Dragon against Macho Man. You don't need to say anything else, do you? If you're a wrestling fan, you can just go up to another wrestling fan and just be like, Macho Man, Ricky the Dragon, yeah? And you go, yeah. And you just sort of nod at each other. And you both just know that you're talking about a great match. It's just, yeah. Like, that's it. So, Ricky the Dragon is just GOAT status for me. So, Flair, FTR will do a lot of the heavy lifting in that match. A lot of the heavy lifting. We'll see. I don't know. I can't guarantee I'll do it. I genuinely am torn. But, yeah, I thought it was interesting news today. Hollywood Guy said, who do you think has had the better rivalry? Hogan Flair, Hogan Savage, or Sting Flair? I would say Sting Flair was the without hesitation. I think Hogan Flair, the fact they never pulled the trigger at WrestleMania 8 is what really holds that back. You know, Hogan Flair was a great rivalry that wasn't an actual rivalry. So, you know, I know they had a rivalry when they were in WCW and we finally got the match in WCW, but sort of felt like Hulkamania was really done. You know, I think Hogan needed that heel turn, needed to go into the NWO, and I sort of feel that, like, he wasn't at his prime. You know, Hogan's prime and Hulkamania's prime is like 84 to 90. I think by the time we get into WrestleMania 7, you know, it's Hulk Hogan against Sergeant Slaughter. They had to move and change the venue because they didn't sell enough tickets. They wanted to put it into the Los Angeles, is it Coliseum? They wanted to put it into there, and they advertised it was going to be there, and they ended up having to move it to a smaller venue over the road. So kind of points that Hogan, I mean, it's not the greatest story, not the greatest feud for Hogan, but sort of shouldn't matter if you're red hot. So it kind of points to Hogan maybe not being as red hot in 91, 92. You got the steroid trial and everything as well. So I sort of feel that the Hogan Flair one was a great rivalry when Hogan was on top and Flair was on top in different companies. But once they actually got into the same company, like WWE messed it right up. And by the time WCW got to it, it was done, wasn't it? Hogan Macho is good. Obviously, that plays out WrestleMania 4, WrestleMania 5 in particular. I don't think they revisit it after that point. I mean, potentially in WCW, but again, I sort of feel like Macho Man in WCW, certainly towards the end, not great. So I would have to go Sting and Flair. I think Flair was in a great place. I think his popularity, or, maybe his heelish popularity, if that makes sense. How popular he was as a heel. He was, on top. Sting was the young guy coming through, super popular. Felt like the next new thing. Felt quite 90s. Felt like he was going to take the company forward. Flair was maybe representing a little bit more of the old school. It was, there was quite a lot that was at play in that feud. So I would go with Flair and Sting. Hollywood Guy, shout out to you. Man United Hodge said, thanks for being a great guy and a great streamer. Man United Hodge, shout out to you, buds. Don't you worry. We're pretty close to the end of the season. I'm in that same boat with you, literally counting down the hours so that the Premier League season can end, because if you are a Man United fan, it has not been great. Let's put it that way. So, desperately trying to get this season done so that we can come back next year, win the Premier League, win the Champions League, win the World Cup. We're going to win it all. Literally, Man United next year. It's going to win everything. So, WWE Vibes said, I'm going to go to Clash at the Castle. I might bring a sign that says, Hi Days. I'm excited. This is my first pay-per-view. WWE Vibes, shout out to you. It's going to be a lot of people's first pay-per-views. If I was to go, it would be my first pay-per-view as well. I've never been to a pay-per-view because they don't tend to hold them over here. This Clash at the Castle is very, very exciting for UK wrestling fans. Rightfully so, understandably so, because we just don't get these things. We just don't get these shows. And if you think even like the B shows, WrestleMania Backlash, things that we don't even get them these days. We did go through a little period where we were getting the odd thing, but we haven't had anything for so long. And we've been getting like NXT takeovers, which, I went to them and they were really fun and I really enjoyed them. But we haven't been getting them for a couple of years now because of COVID. And it's never going to compete with the main roster. So, yeah, huge. And a big stadium as well. It's not just at the O2. Obviously, we're at Cardiff. We're in a massive 75,000-seater stadium. Should be an electric atmosphere. So, yeah, have a great time. Have a great time. Chalmers said, I can't find the fire emoji, but fire, fire, fire. Royals looking brilliant tonight. Omos Lashley. My question is, how would you have Cody confront Seth? Maybe a brawl or a fight? I don't know, to be honest, because I think that I think if you get into a brawl and a fight, I think it's so overdone. It's so overdone. I think I want some originality. I really want something that's going to make me sit up and take notice. I really want something in this feud that's a bit different. I want to see something new and fresh. It just sort of feel like if they just get into a brawl, into a fight, I mean, I literally think I've seen it now about 1 billion times where, two people don't like each other, get into a brawl, get into a fight. Now, it's fine because that's probably what you would do, but I would be much more interested if they did something different. Imagine if, Seth goes to the ring, Cody's music hits, Seth gets ready, he's looking around. Where's he gonna strike from? And the Titantron comes up, and Seth's actually in. Cody's in Seth's changing room, and he's got his clothes, and he starts like cutting them up and like setting some on fire and ripping some apart and all of this. I sort of feel like Seth is so proud of his appearance that actually an interesting way that you could get at Seth without physically putting your hands on him might be to go after his wardrobe. Because the way that he comes out and he's like a peacock is so extravagant that actually if you was to take away those clothes, that would probably upset him quite a bit. So, you could go down the road like that. You could always get one of the girls to go after Becky. Everyone knows that Seth and Becky are in a relationship. So, what if Cody went and got Asuka, who's in a feud with Becky anyway, and, was like helping Asuka like get into Becky's changing room or whatever, and so Asuka attacks Becky in the locker room. Seth's in the ring, he can't do anything about it. There's probably things that you could explore and things that you could do rather than them just having a brawl and having a fight. Because as we said, literally after every single match in AEW, there's a brawl and a fight. So I would like something different. I would like something that makes you go, oh, did you see that thing on Raw? Did you see that thing when Cody went into his dressing room and he just literally set the wardrobe on fire? Like, that was amazing. Like, how did they get away with doing that? Like, I want one of those talking points. I would like one of those kind of moments. And I think that would play out as a really good YouTube video for them as well. So, yeah, I'd look at something like that. Do some things like Sting and Seth did, destroy the stuff, play mind games, said Master Chief. That was good. Do you remember when they did the statue of Seth and he had the two belts and then they unveiled it and it was Sting that was standing there, not the statue? That was good. That was fun. Yeah, you're right. There was things like that. And then didn't Sting push the statue into a kind of compactor of some kind? Seth was really proud of that statue as well, because Seth was saying that, he's already in the Hall of Fame. That's guaranteed. But now that he's got these two belts, because I think he was WWE and United States champion at the same time. So he said now that he's got these two belts, where's his statue? And he was asking Triple H, and I think we still had we did have the Authority thing at that time. So the Authority were around. So he was asking Steph and Triple H, where's my statue? And so they got one made, got one commissioned, and we saw it, and we did the grand unveiling on Raw, and then when the curtain came up, it was Sting that was standing there. Obviously, they got into a fight, and then I think it was later in that same episode, or even the next week maybe, where we saw the statue again, but this time Sting pushed it into a compactor, and it ended up getting destroyed. So, something a little bit different way of allowing the story to play out. I agree. I thought that was pretty fun. Sting and Seth was one of the best rivalries of the last decade, says Chalmers. Austin says Authority Seth was so good. I did enjoy that. I did enjoy Authority Seth. Him being with them was great. It was really, really fun. Really, really fun. He was a great champion for them because he was pretty legit, but he definitely needed quite a bit of help. We kept getting the likes of J&J Security getting involved, and obviously no one could touch him because the Authority had his back, and that was a really good time. I would say it was probably only bettered by Monday Night Rollins, which maybe I enjoyed a little more, but it was good. Good time for him. How excited are you for Double or Nothing, says Jessen. I'm a little bit so-so on it, just because I haven't seen the cards. So, Hangman against CM Punk, I think the way they've built it is sort of interesting. It seems like Hangman's starting to take a bit more of a heel approach. He looks like he's being positioned more as the heel, which is interesting. I don't know if it's just for this feud or whether he's now a heel. That hasn't been made very clear at the moment. So, I'm sort of into that main event. I'm not someone that's desperate to see CM Punk win the title, though, if I'm being honest. You know, like how people would like to see Cody win the WWE one, or people would like to see, I don't know, Darby Allin win or MJF maybe, or, you know, these kind of people winning the AEW one. I just don't really feel that way for CM Punk. I can't quite put my finger on why. I can't sit here and say why. I think maybe it's because some of his more recent matches just haven't blown me away. So, as a result, I'm not really too eager to see him with the belt. I don't hate it, but I think that main event is, you know, quite eye-catching. It's probably the right main event to do. Because as we said, you know, Hangman, CM Punk, you know, CM Punk's the biggest name they've got, so makes sense. And then I can't remember the other matches we've got, to be honest. I think, is it Nyla Rose, Thunder Rosa, maybe? That should be a pretty straight... I don't even know if it is. No, it's Serena Deeb, isn't it? Serena Deeb against Thunder Rosa. I've got a horrible feeling they're going to have Thunder Rosa win that. And I just think Serena Deeb's one of the best female wrestlers in the world right now. So, yeah, if they're going to put Thunder Rosa over Serena Deeb, no. So, and I like Thunder Rosa, but no. Serena Deeb should be the AEW Women's Champion. So, I don't know, and the rest of the card, I couldn't even tell you what it is. I have no idea what it is yet. So, once I see the cards, then I'll be able to tell you how excited I am. Right now, I'd say so-so. Doesn't look bad, but I think those are the only two matches I know. I think AEW has got to put the title on MJF. It looks like he's WWE bound after this contract. Cody plays a big role in getting MJF to come over. They're great friends in real life, says Jilly. Huang says, I thought Seth would not even fit for joining the Authority. Yeah, he did. I thought he did well. I thought he was good with the Authority. Deeb versus Rosa. Yeah, slipped my mind for a moment. Is Thunder Rosa still champion? She is, yes. She is. I am going to watch 24 Hours in A&E before Raw. Have fun. Retribution, shout out to you. Irish Rebel, hello. Daz, hello. Shola, Planet Dan said, according to Ringside News, Haaland was being earmarked to be the fourth member of Edge's Judgement Day stable. No way? Was that not what we were talking about? We were talking about the fact that, like, I felt that they needed a bigger guy in there, like some muscle. Because I don't really look at Edge as like muscle. He's got a great physique. I would say quite athletic and certainly got like some size, but there's bigger. Do you know what I mean? And I would say Haaland is bigger. So Haaland going into that would have been really interesting, but just seems a bit of a shame that he just did not kick on, just did not develop, and I think it seems to be as a result of Haaland that we now have got people joining NXT that are going to have that probation period. So if you sign with NXT, well done, brilliant, welcome. But if you do not improve over the next 90 days, if you don't make the improvements they're hoping to see, then you can be gone. That's it. So getting there is one thing. Staying there is something else. Like, if you can actually stay there, that's the goal. So getting there is hard enough, but staying there could be even harder. So and that's because of Haaland. They got Haaland in, and apparently just was not improving. Just wasn't picking it up. Wasn't getting it. And I don't know how much truth there is to that, but you'd have to think that they'd want him to be a success. You would have to think that they would want him to work because he had such a great look. So it probably is true. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you, said, I think CM Punk will beat Hangman, and then MJF will beat CM Punk in a few months to become champion, and threaten to take the belt to WWE. Dort Knight said, I'm not really feeling the new faction. How does it compare to other factions in terms of potential? I think this has got tons of potential. I think Judgment Day has got loads of potential. The reason why I say that is because I think that there's Rhea Ripley, who is drastically underutilized. Rhea Ripley has been put on the back burner. If she now, thanks to Judgment Day and their help and maybe some distractions, goes on to win that title, and in all fairness, Bianca Belair versus a heel Judgment Day Rhea Ripley for the title sounds mouthwatering. Sounds absolutely brilliant. In all fairness, Asuka versus a heel Rhea Ripley in Judgment Day sounds absolutely mouthwatering. So anything they go on to do individually will, whilst they're in the group, will obviously reflect on the group as well. So I think Rhea Ripley is a massive tick. Damian Priest, I think, struggles when he's on his own. Damian Priest really comes across like a follower, not a leader. When he's out on his own, it just seems lost. I don't know if he lacks a bit of charisma. I think his promos are so-so. I think he's got a great look. His matches are okay. I sort of feel like he is borderline WWE quality, but I think there is a chance of improving him to get more out of him. He could improve his promos. He can improve his in-ring. I think putting him in a tag team. Put him in a tag team and have that tag team dominate more so than Damian Priest trying to dominate and getting himself over. I think get the tag team over. And then, honestly, once you've done that for a little while, it'll be very interesting to see where we are and see what improvements have been made. There's a lot of people that come through the business in tag teams and then go, off. I mean, Booker T was in Harlem Heat with Stevie Ray, and then he was able to go off solo. Shawn Michaels was in the Rockers, and then he was able to go off solo. Bret Hart was in the Hart Foundation. He was able to go off solo. So, we see a lot of examples of that in the past where, you can be in a tag team, get a couple of years under your belt, get some road miles under your belt, do a few promos and whatever whilst you're in that team, work in some really good matches, pick up some stuff from your partner, from your opponents, and it just puts you in a better place for when you go solo. Because I think where he is solo right now is not great. Now, whether you do Edge and Damian Priest as a tag team, I would think not. So I would think you need one more member, and they have been talking about adding another member. So I think that Judgment Day need one more member. If it's someone like Dominik Dijakovic, T-Bar, that could be really fun because he is a great wrestler. You put him with Damian Priest, they're both big boys. They would be a dominant tag team. They would represent Judgment Day very well. And as I said, Dominik Dijakovic can go. He's got a lot of indie wrestling experience, and he was great down in NXT. He is also someone that you probably wouldn't want as a solo star, though. Very hard to kind of get him over as a solo star, but actually in a tag team with Damian Priest, I think would be a big tick. So I look at Rhea Ripley and I think there's some potential there. I look at Damian Priest more in a tag team with someone like T-Bar, and I think there's some potential there. I think Edge as a leader is working really well. He's always been a great promo, but I think him in like a sharp suit looks really good. And I just like the idea that this is, there's some stuff that's not working. Definitely. There's a few things, like I'm not crazy about the name Judgment Day. I think they could have done better. I think the purple light as well, I'm a bit unsure about it. I do like the wings, though, that Edge has for his entrance, on the big screen. And his change in music's all right. I don't think it's cringe or... it's obviously not as good as his old theme, but you're not really meant to like it because they're heels now and they don't really want you to like them. So I think it's a group that's got potential. It feels like there's a missing piece. Feels like we need one more piece of the puzzle. And then really we need to start getting our teeth into either a big feud against another faction or they need to go off individually and start seeing some success. And then that will all reflect on the faction. So, yeah, I think there's potential there. But I do not disagree. It doesn't feel quite right yet. I still don't think it's where it needs to be. Like, you look at them right now and it's like, well, this clearly is not the Shield. This clearly is not Evolution or DX or NWO or Four Horsemen or, it's clearly none of those. We're still not where we need to be at the moment, but we've only literally, was it last week, added Rhea Ripley? So we're only a week removed from having a new member. And it's great they're already making noises about getting someone else in as well. So let's see where it goes. How and when does Steve's son debut now that he's graduated? Well, I don't know, to be honest, because I really thought they'd have him do something at WrestleMania. I suppose he did. He got physical with Gable, but it was just a little throwaway moment, wasn't it? So, I don't know. I think that SummerSlam might be worth a look. We've got to get going. I mean, there's a draft that's apparently coming up. Is it September? I think there's a draft in September. I've got to think that's probably the prime, time to go. So maybe we see him again at SummerSlam. Maybe he's in someone's corner. Maybe he makes a save. I don't know if we get a match out of him, but it'll probably be something along the lines of what we got at WrestleMania. And then I think all eyes on the draft. All eyes on the draft, and we'll see kind of how that shakes out. Who would have thought Stone Cold and Ric Flair would be wrestling in 2022? Yeah, I'm Vince. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Edge is doing some really good work right now, says Jilly. Did you stop watching NXT? Says Amin. Yeah, I haven't seen it in weeks and weeks and weeks, to be honest. I'm using that time for other things. I'm using that time to get some videos done. So there's a lot. When I say a lot of graphics, like hundreds of graphics I've been making. So I really want to get through the football season and then look to see what we're doing in the summer. We'll still be streaming, but yeah, I'm definitely using that time for other things. Joe Gacy could be the new Bray Wyatt. What are your thoughts? Can't really comment because I haven't been watching NXT. The only thing I would say is that I've been seeing Druids, which I just think is really cringe. I think it's really cringe. I think it works with The Undertaker because The Undertaker always had that mystery about him. He was always, otherworldly, always mind games. When we first saw him, he was Paul Bearer and the voice and the urn. And, right from the start, it was like, this guy is different. This guy is different. But with Gacy, it's not been that way. Gacy, it just seems like Gacy comes across as like a cult leader. Gacy comes across as someone that can manipulate people. And the whole Druid thing just looks cringe to me. Just doesn't work. For Undertaker, it's fine. For someone like Gacy, no. But I haven't watched enough to be able to comment, really, even though I will. But new Bray Wyatt, don't know. Feels like an easy comparison. What with the kind of cult leaderish vibe. But I don't know that I've seen enough since Haaland left to be able to comment. But yeah, maybe the closest person doing what cult leader Bray was doing. But you tell me if there's like a split personality fiend type character there or not. I don't believe there is. So I think it's probably more closer to the Wyatt family and what he was doing with the Wyatt family. But saying that, I don't even know if he's got anyone now. I know Haaland went, but I don't know if he's now controlling or representing anyone else. So I'll have to see. Anything exciting tonight, says Darcy. We got a steel cage match, and WrestleVote said the original plan was that the ring was going to collapse, but apparently that has, over the weekend, been thrown out the window. So apparently that's not happening now. So the ring was going to do the classic falling apart, which has been done quite a lot over the years. It was great the first time, which I think was Brock and Big Show. That was just so... I've never seen it before. What a moment. One of the great... I think it was on SmackDown, actually. One of the great moments in SmackDown history. But, yeah, we've seen it like 3 or 4 times since. So, not something that I really care about, to be honest. So, cage match might be all right. This is probably a better way of using Omos, rather than just a normal match, which could be a snooze fest. putting him inside a cage could be pretty fun. So that's the only thing I've seen. I did want to go and have a look at WWE just to see if they've added anything else, because they do normally in this hour before. But by the looks of it, doesn't look like they have. Their last post was still an hour ago. And there's a 2-minute preview for tonight's Raw. But I think all 2 minutes is all on Bobby and Omos. So I don't think they've actually announced anything else. There is a graphic, though, of Judgment Day saying we aren't finished yet and we're looking for more. So they are on the hunt to add new members. And as I said, man, I do think that group's got potential. I do think it's got potential. Elliot, hello. Hope you are well, my friends. Elliot says Ezekiel is now hinting at being tag team champions with Elias. Seems they've filmed lots of pre-recorded Elias vignettes. Credit to them for getting it over. So I haven't seen any of that with him saying that he wants to be a tag team champ with Elias. The Ezekiel thing is definitely working for people. I thought the Ken Owens thing was good. And I thought that Ezekiel, I think it was on the bump, did a good job as well, where he got shown Elias's guitar and he was like, wow, that's my brother's guitar. And like, you know, the way that he's really like leaning into it, I think is pretty fun. And he's playing it all very, very straight. I think, though, that the person that's getting this over the most is Kevin Owens. I don't think that it's WWE or even Ezekiel that's getting this gimmick over, to be honest. I think if Kevin Owens wasn't a part of this, I don't know if it would get over. But watching Kevin Owens freaking out about the fact that this is clearly Elias and that he's not telling the truth and he's got everyone fooled, and watching Kevin's reaction is like I would say 99% of the joy of this gimmick. So yeah, it's pretty fun. That bit's pretty fun, but I really don't know how much longevity there's going to be in this Ezekiel character, to be honest, because this I'm not Elias thing is working at the moment, but it will run its course. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see like what they've got planned for what comes next. KO gets everything over. He's easily one of the best things on the program right now, says Darcy. Tony said Roman is done after SummerSlam. Chris said MVP should be banned from ringside for the steel cage match. Lucas says Umaga. Lisa says hi. How's it going, Lisa? Hello. Is Lacey gonna premiere on Raw for a heel turn? Apparently she's been moved to Raw, yes. And we did see last week her little video vignette, like the, okay, here it goes. And then she goes into, you know, telling us about everything horrific that's happened in her life. We did get that last week. So I sort of feel like, and we didn't see her at all on SmackDown. So I sort of feel like they made the switch last week for her being on Raw. The reports and rumors are they are now thinking and looking of turning a heel, which is madness after, like, you know, what we've seen in recent weeks. Unless she's going to come out and say, I told you, I exposed my life to you all and all I got was ridicule, So unless they actually use it as part of that term, which could be fun, that could be an interesting way of doing it. It's a pretty strange move. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I'm hoping it's not another one of those vignette things. I'm really done with them. Really done with them. So I'm hoping it's not another one of those. And the rumors are it could be a heel turn, yes. So we'll see how they do it. Did you hear about Roman? He's been removed already from Hell in a Cell, says Huang. Edge sucks. He's old, says Lucas. Dysfunction, hello, said, I think Dominic Dijakovic should join Judgment Day. What do you think about that? I agree. Yeah, I agree. He's a great wrestler as well. Haven't seen much of Mace, Dio Madden. He was not someone that I remember watching in NXT. I can't remember if he was like early NXT, like 2013, when it like first switched over to its current formats. Before it was like this, it was a kind of a game show type thing, whereas every week we would watch as there was a rookie and a pro, and they did competing against each other, and it was a very different show. And that's obviously how the Nexus was born and all that stuff, yeah. But once it became like a weekly proper promotion, I wasn't able to watch that because we didn't have the network here in the UK. I have gone back and watched episodes, but not all of them from the start. So I have not seen any Dio Madim. By the time I was watching in 2015, he was not there. So he popped up, first came onto my radar when they made him a commentator. I think it was on Raw, and then Brock Lesnar ended up putting him through the commentary table. And then he pops up again as being in Retribution, and he's part of Retribution. And then since then, he's just been Mason. We haven't changed. I've not seen enough of him wrestling, but I doubt he's as good as Dominik Dijakovic. So I feel like Dominik Dijakovic, what with his indie background, how great he was in NXT, would be a great fit for Judgment Day. He's got size. He would fit that group as well. I think he'd be a good tag partner for Damian Priest. I think they could be really fun together. So yeah, it's definitely the way I would go as well. What are your thoughts on Arsenal's defeat, says Seeb? I must admit, very surprised. Anna asked me, I think it was last week, who did I think would get fourth, and I said Arsenal, because I thought the North London derby would be a draw, and then I couldn't see Arsenal losing to Newcastle. I know Newcastle have had a resurgence under Eddie Howe, but I couldn't see Arsenal losing, not with the likes of Saka, and I think Nketiah has been on great form, Smith Rowe, Martinelli. There's some really, really good players that they've got, and they've been on a decent little run, Arsenal. So I thought they'd get a 1-0 win, 2-1, something like that, but I thought they'd get the win. I thought there'd be a draw in the North London derby, and I don't know what's happened to Arsenal, but they've really gone off the boil. They got smashed 3-0 by Tottenham. There seems to have been a hangover from that, and now they've lost 2-0 to Newcastle. And now they find themselves, really, they've got to win, and they need Tottenham to lose on the last day. A draw, 1 point is all Tottenham needs, so Tottenham's pretty much got it, I think. I don't know who they're playing, but unless it's one of the big boys, and I know it's not Liverpool or Man City, because I know who they're playing. So, I don't know. I can't think that Tottenham are going to struggle to get a draw, whoever they're facing. So, it's looking good for Tottenham. David said, Judgment Day, I would love to be Via going to Judgment Day, says David. He would be good in that team. Boomers says, Raw is sold out tonight. Lisa said, Raquel had a good match versus Ronda last Friday. I agree. Who's going to win Europa, Frankfurt or Rangers? Really hard because I don't really know either side. I know Rangers just finished second in the Scottish Premier League. I don't know where Eintracht Frankfurt finished, but I'm guessing it was probably in the top 5. I think it was Dortmund and Bayern that were like 1 and 2, so maybe Eintracht were like 3rd or 4th. But I think it's really difficult. I did not expect Rangers to get that far. They're going to give absolutely everything in that game, but so will Eintracht Frankfurt. I would have to think Eintracht Frankfurt are the favourites, but it's not going to really count for much. So I'll say Eintracht Frankfurt to win, but I would like to see Rangers do it. Tottenham have got Norwich. Oh, wow. I mean, Norwich will put in a performance. It's their last game in the Premier League. Pookie seems to be on decent form. He's scored a few in recent weeks. But really, Conte is such a good manager that I can see it being a case that Tottenham will get that job done, and Tottenham should get the point they need at least. Wow. Some bad language. Bots with bad language now. Can't believe it. I don't mind bots. I don't have a problem with bots. But if they're going to start using bad language, then that is going to be frowned upon. On this channel, that will be frowned upon. It's going to be Norwich 1, Tottenham 5. Do you think MVP will ever wrestle again? Not sure if being a manager was his choice or not, but I think he deserves one good feud if that's what he wants. I actually don't know, to be honest, if he will wrestle again. I remember he came back at the Royal Rumble to have one more farewell match. So he sort of already had his farewell match. It was against Rey Mysterio. He came back at the Rumble, and then the next night he was on Raw and he had his farewell match against Rey. And then it wasn't long after that they ended up putting him with Bobby. And that's kind of how we got to where we are with MVP being back. So he did have a few more matches after the Rey Mysterio one. So I don't know if he's picked up an injury and he just can't do it now. He's old, though, in all fairness. If his body is kind of broken down on him a bit, I wouldn't be too surprised. I don't know how much he needs that cane, or if it's just for like show. I think it's just for show. I don't believe there's a reason as to why he's using the cane. So if he wants one more, then I'm sure they could throw some at his way. But I've never been the biggest MVP fan, to be honest. I wasn't an MVP fan when he was competing. I didn't really rate him. I didn't really rate him at all. I didn't find him very engaging. I actually think him as a manager is way better. Him as a manager talking is probably the most I've ever enjoyed him. I really didn't enjoy him when he was competing. Which might be controversial, I don't know. I think plenty of people did. But to me, he was always just mid-card fodder. He was just sort of lost in the mid-card and never really engaging. And when it was his segments, I just was kind of glazing over. He was a little bit of like the Happy Corbin of his day. Just mid-card guy whose matches you just sort of zone out from. But if they're going to give him another match, I wouldn't begrudge him that. How was UFC on Saturday? I did pop in the stream and ask if it had been thrilling. I know it was just a run-of-the-mill fight night. Do you know, it was all right, actually. There was some really interesting fights. So, main event had a big fight feel. I think we had quite a few Polish people joining us. A lot of support for Jan and Polish Power. So, he's a decent name, and so sometimes with those streams, we struggle to get to like 10,000 views. Sometimes, not all the time, but in recent weeks, we've been around 8 to 10. And last Saturday, like, I think we ended up doing 17, which I know still isn't anything like crazy, but it's a lot more than the 8 to 10 than I kind of went in expecting. So, as I said, I think that shows that the interest was there. And I can understand it because you had people like Amanda Hebus that people really enjoy watching. And that fight was crazy. Such a crazy fight. So close. So that was fun. And there was some interesting finishes. Yeah, I mean, I would say it was a pretty fun standard Saturday night, to be honest. It was all right. It was all right. I'd say one of the better fight nights, mainly because it had some star power and had a bit of a big main event fight feel to it. Well, that main event in particular did definitely seem to capture people's interest. So yeah, it was good. It was good. Edge wanted Haaland as the fourth member, but WWE fired him, so Edge has got no pull, says Dark Angel. Days loves MVP. He's just pretending, says Boomers. Macca Rice, hello. Shout out to you. WWE Vibe said Roman versus Umaga or Yokozuna versus Umaga. I'd probably go Roman Umaga. Just because, like, Yokozuna was quite mobile for his size. Like, he could move. He wasn't just, like, a guy that was slow and plodding. He could do drop kicks and, he actually was quite mobile. It was just a lot of weight for him to have to carry around. So I certainly wouldn't mind watching Yokozuna versus Umaga. But I just think Umaga would be quite restricted in that match. Because Yokozuna is quite a restricting opponent. Whereas against Roman, I mean, man, they could really tear it up, couldn't they? There's not really any restrictions when it comes to Roman. So, yeah, I think that'd be the better match. With Backlash done, I forget what's the next event. I think, is it Money in the Bank next? Money in the Bank next? I think it is. They've been showing adverts for Money in the Bank, so I think that's next. Richard said Bunny is the Joker for AEW Owens Cup to AEW. Is that true? What, the Bunny from New Japan is going to be the Joker? She doesn't wrestle, does she? I thought she was just a showgirl. Not like that, but like a manager type. I don't know what she does. Valet. I suppose that's the better word, isn't it? I think she's more a valet. Mason says, I've got a mental booking theory. What if Roman literally wins everything? Money in the Bank, Royal Rumble, keeps the title all the way to WrestleMania, and it's like no one can touch or beat him, and then in comes The Rock. The only problem with that is we sort of did that this year with Brock winning Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber. So that sort of meant that, you know, we ended up with both belts on the line, Roman, Brock, everything was riding on it. It's a little bit along those lines. I understand, though, that you're saying Roman takes Money in the Bank and everything as well. The only problem you've got then is that I don't know how well people would receive that, because people love the cash-ins. People love the, you know, if someone wins the Royal Rumble, who are they going to pick? You know, what champion will they go after? And you're taking, like, all of that away just to, like, build Roman up even more. And I sort of feel like Roman now is probably as big as you can get him in WWE. I don't think you could really do much to make him bigger. I think the only way that you actually make Roman bigger now is by him going into a film and him actually going on to late night talk shows and, I don't know, being in music videos or, you know, doing whatever it is, magazine covers, like whatever it is that can just get him into pop culture. Do you know what I mean? Get him out into the wider world. Because I think within the wrestling world, I think he's as big as he's ever going to be. I mean, the guy is he is Mr. SmackDown. In fact, he's got both belts now, so technically he should be Mr. Raw as well. But he isn't. And this was always the concern when you had both belts on one person, was that they weren't going to, you know, be on both shows. So, yeah, I think you could go that way. I personally wouldn't. I would be looking to see, can I make him bigger in pop culture? You know, as I said, can I get him onto talk shows? Can I get him onto game shows? Can I get him? I don't care. I don't care where I can get. I just want to get him out there. I want to get him in front of people. I want those people that don't watch wrestling to see this guy and think to themselves, man, he looks good. He looks good. I'd like to watch him wrestle. You know, the kind of guy where it's sort of like when you see an artist and you hear a song and you're like, man, I really like him. And then that might convince you to check out their other stuff or check out the album or jump on Spotify or something like that. It can have the same effect with wrestling. You know, you put Roman on a late night talk show, someone might see him. Some women might see him, some guys as well. Think he's cute. Or think, man, he looks good. Or he could say something that kind of resonates with them, engages with them, and they might think to themselves, I'd like to see what this guy does. I'd like to see this guy do his thing, you know, and then that might just convince them to come over as well. So I always think that's a very important thing, getting out there. I always remember, like, when Hogan was on top. Hogan, I mean, did you know, I think it was the night before WrestleMania 1, Hogan and Mr. T hosted Saturday Night Live. And I think by the time they actually completed that, went out for drinks with the cast afterwards, like by the time they went to bed and everything, they literally got next to no sleep. But they were like heavily promoting WrestleMania. And they were on talk shows and doing loads of stuff. And you see it from time to time. Like, I remember seeing Seth do a little something. I think it was for St. Patrick's Day on, like, Jimmy Fallon. So, I mean, you do see them from time to time, but it's very rare that, I mean, when was the last time that a wrestler went onto Jimmy Fallon or Stephen Colbert or James Corden or whatever those talk shows are that you've got and did like a sit-down interview and spoke about wrestling? and all of that. Like, I can't remember seeing one for a long time. Granted, I don't actually like keep tabs of who's on those shows, so maybe they're on every week. I don't know, but certainly I would think I'd be getting shown clips and, oh, did you see this interview and all that kind of stuff, or see him being talked about. So Roman might have been on one recently. In all fairness, might have been on one, but I can't remember. I know that something in my head says Jimmy Fallon, but I'd like to see them do more of that with Roman. Right, we've got a little bit of a botch on BT. We should be going over to the show, but we've got a little bit of everything happening here. There we go. Just went over to, like, motorbike racing for a second, so I think they were having a few technical troubles. I think they were having some troubles. Right, let's just send a tweet out, which is all in lowercase, and I have no idea. Literally, I have no idea why. Totally threw me at the start of the stream. It's like, why is that all in lowercase? It's time for Monday Night Rollins. I put a tweet out earlier. I was like, Monday equals Asuka, because honestly, I hadn't gone to bed because my sleep's weird. I tend to sleep like, I go to bed about 10 in the morning, and then I'll get up about 5 in the afternoon, like early evening. So my sleep's weird. So I hadn't quite gone to bed this morning. And I was just like, right, okay, it's Raw tonight. What am I looking forward to? And straight away I was like, man, it's Asuka. Can't wait to see Asuka. She was so funny last week. She was like, you're a mummy, but you actually act like a baby. And then she was like, and doing that for like, it felt like forever. It felt like an hour. It's probably only a minute or so, but it was really fun. So, loving Asuka. Jaden, hello. Shout out to you. Says, how are you and how is your day? I'm doing all right, man. Doing all right. Weird weekend, though. Weird weekend because streams just kept not happening for various reasons. We were meant to do the Mayweather fight on Saturday. That got cancelled. We then, we did UFC. That was fine. We was meant to do football. We couldn't do it because I had internet problems, which have been sorted now. Nothing to do with me. It's just in the area. We had problems in the area. So that was another stream that got cancelled. And then on Sunday, they changed the kickoff time for the game we were doing, and I missed it. So we didn't do that either. So it was not a great weekend, in all fairness, in all honesty. So today I just set up streams for the week and the weekend, and I'm determined to do those. Right now we've just got a little video package for Omos and Bobby. That obviously is going to be a big focus of this show. We're going over, and actually looks like we might even be starting with it because the steel cage is set up. I don't know if they're just showing it off. I don't know if there's going to show it off, do an interview in there. We've seen them do that before, and then they raise it and we get the match later. Or, if we're going to start with it, we've got Byron Saxton, Corey Graves, Jimmy Smith standing next to the steel cage. It's designed to settle scores. It's designed to keep outsiders out. Tonight. It says tonight. It doesn't say next. It says tonight. Tonight. Bobby Lashley against Omos inside a steel cage match. I'm glad they're going to start with it because I've got work tomorrow. I don't know that they are. They might just be showing it off. On Friday, we've got the Tag Team Championship Unification match. RK Bro taking on the Usos. That is Friday. RK Bro. So tonight we've got Riddle from RK Bro taking on Jimmy Uso. We've got a countdown to Cody clock. It's 1 hour 55 in our countdown to Cody. So there we go. Countdown to Cody has begun. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes in 1 hour and 54. Asuka is here. Sasha Banks is here. Naomi is here. What's happening? Becky Lynch is here. Nikki ASH is here. Doudrop is here. Is it literally the whole women's division? What's going on? It's a 6-pack challenge. Well, that's better than a 6-woman tag, I suppose. Oh, it is the cage match first. Very good. Omos making his way down. Jaden said, I can't believe Cody would be US champion if it wasn't for Seth, says Jaden. Yeah, he's got his sights set, though, a bit higher, hasn't he? He's got his sights set on that WWE title. He wants the title his dad never got. Will we get some member streams when the Premier League is done, says Austin. Yeah, we will try and get some more member stuff done. It's hard to fit it in, to be honest. I had a nice routine going where I think I was doing it on like a Thursday, which worked quite well. It'd be good if I could try and get back into that schedule again. But yeah, we will get some members stuff up. The only problem with the members streams, if I'm being completely honest, is that they just turned into like, this is what we're working on, this is what we're doing. I didn't think they were that fun. If I'm being honest, no one's fault. It was just like I would jump onto them and it would just be like, oh, this is what we're doing. We're working on this at the moment. We've got this happening. What do you think about this? What should we do for the wrestling escape pod? What should we do? Blah blah blah. I just sort of felt like it was just, I don't know. I looked at it. I was like, nah, this isn't fun. This isn't fun. Which is why they stopped and then we did like those interviews instead. So I'll have to give it some thought. Omos inside the steel cage. I still don't know if we're getting the match now. Because MVP has said tonight now. And that's making me think they are doing an interview now. Theodore Long should check Cody's injury at the hands of Seth Rollins and say, look at that, says Richard. Omos from Nigeria, now we know. Right, Omos is in there. With MVP. I sometimes use a cane, but when I do, I need it, says Blaze Radio. Shannon said Alexa's not in the 6-pack challenge, and that is heartening. We could do more retro watch-alongs. Yeah, I am thinking of doing those, though, on a Sunday. That's a good idea, though. I'm much more inclined to do old NXT, old, kind of wrestling matches. We even did one for Dragunov and Volta, that was fun. I think it having more of a purpose like that is definitely a better way forward. Definitely. So, I hear you. Okay, so MVP is talking right now about how Omos is going to crush Bobby Lashley. Asuka is going to win tonight, says Maca Rice. Don't know, because Becky might get in her way again. Has Omos got new teeth? I have not seen. So MVP talking about how Omos is going to brutalize Bobby Lashley. I just don't care about these two. That's the problem. I just don't care. The Nigerian Giant is how they're calling him now. The Nigerian Giant. Bobby on his platform. He is absolutely ripped, isn't he, Bobby? He looks incredible. The Nigerian Giant Omos. I feel like he should be the Great Omos. The Giant Omos. Bum, 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 bum. After all the talk, I want to see Bobby win, says Larry. Cedric Alexander attacking Bobby from behind. I think the cage will break, says End of Days. Wonder what they're gonna put on the little bio thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yes. I want to know what Liv Morgan's into. There's a guy in the, he's a big boy in the front row. Look at the dude in the front row. He's wearing like a check shirt. He's got a decent size to him. He looks to be about as tall as Bobby. Bobby has come down. There was a bit of a brawl in the entranceway. Cedric attacking Bobby. Cedric's desperate to show MVP that he can be worthy of being managed as well. Omos staring at Bobby inside the cage as we go to commercial break. Does it mean Bobby will be heel again? I don't think so. There's nothing to suggest heel at the moment. Blaze said, I hope we get another stage interview like last week. Yes. Yes. James said, did you see Paige said she would like to manage Ronda? That'd be good. I don't know that I see them as a... I'm struggling to see that as a partnership. Just, it would be good. My initial reaction is that would be good because Paige is a good talker. I thought she was very good as a GM. Manager of Kabuki Warriors, I thought she was decent as well. Ronda needs someone to talk for her. Paige is credible. But I don't know that I can see I don't see why they would be together outside of that. I don't know why they would be together. I sort of feel like, Paul Heyman, he's about business and he managed Brock and Brock's a killer, Ronda's a killer. Brock was in UFC, Ronda was in UFC. Like, Heyman makes perfect sense. MVP. You could go MVP because he managed Bobby. Bobby was in Bellator. Bobby's a killer. I just don't know. Paige, she's managed the Kabuki Warriors. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. I can't quite see why Paige and Ronda would have a relationship, why they'd be together. I don't think of UFC. I don't see Paige as a killer. She was a very good wrestler and obviously burst onto the scene when she was young, but she doesn't... I don't get, Ronda vibes from Paige, and I don't get Paige vibes from Ronda. So that would be my only stumbling block as to how would you explain them being together? Unless you just come out and go, listen, Ronda's not very good at promos. We need to do this. I'm seeing Scotty Toot Hottie at a house show, says Kieran. Have fun. Have fun, my friend. William, hello. Hope you are well. Darcy said, the real question is, what will Liv Morgan like today? My guess is chocolate and aeroplanes. She might be into chocolate aeroplanes. Who knows? Who knows? Can't wait to find out. Blaze Radio said, please, Paige, not Ronda, but anyone but Ronda. Can Roman sign a new contract? Roman can do whatever he wants. I'd put Malcolm Bivens with Ronda. That would be good. I agree with that. And seeing Bivens with Diamond Mine and seeing Bivens with Ivy Nile, that I'd be fine with that. Yeah. Bivens, though, was saying that he's done with wrestling for the time being, though. So, and obviously, you know, I don't think they wanted him to go. He just didn't want to re-sign. So, I don't know, maybe if they'd have turned around to him and said, look, we want to take you to the main roster and we want you to manage Ronda Rousey, would he have turned that down? We'll never know. Right, we are getting this match now. Weird that they kept using words like tonight when they were talking about this match, and like 15 minutes into the show, here we are. Tonight, we've got a cage match. First match is that cage match. Lashley versus Omos inside a steel cage then. What do you think about Ric Flair's last match? I think it'll be one suplex and he will be done, says Grant. I'm sort of intrigued to watch it. I'm a bit torn on it because I agree it's not going to be great, but there is footage of him training with Jay Lethal. He looks all right. It's not mind-blowing stuff. It's not prime Ric Flair, but no one would ever expect that. But I think you'll get a bit more than one suplex out of him. But it is a tag match. He is going to be on the outside of the ring quite a bit. But I reckon he'll come in and do a few bits, have a few moments, go through the classics. He's been training with Jay Lethal. So, yeah, I'm sort of intrigued to watch it. I'm sort of intrigued to do the watch-along for it. How long till Cody? 1 hour 44. That's where we are. 1 hour 44. Huff Sports Media, thanks for helping me get back into wrestling. I said last stream I got back in at Elimination Chamber. On that night, one of your streams popped up, and I watched it with you. Well, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. I'm glad the streams help. If they can help just one person, then, that's a minor miracle. Yeah, shout out to you, man. I'm pleased that you enjoy hanging out and watching the shows. I mean, wrestling's in such a weird place at the moment. I mean, I've got no interest in lying to anyone, making out that this is the greatest time for pro wrestling ever, when it clearly is not. But I think there is some good stuff that's happening in wrestling. And I actually think Raw at the moment is genuinely not that bad of a show. I think Alexa being back, you know, if I think about what I'm looking forward to tonight, I think, you know, seeing a steel cage match is fun. Just maybe not the two competitors I would choose to have in there. But starting off with a steel cage match, I'm all right with that. Omos going back in the corner, charging over, collides into Bobby. Asuka, love Asuka. Alexa, she's back. We'll see if there's a bit more goddess this week. See where we are with Alexa. So we've got that. Cody, we've got that as well. So, MVP reaching into the cage. And he was trying to slap Bobby. Bobby grabbing MVP's arm. Spear by Bobby. Omos goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Omos. Crowd are into it. Crowd are on their feet there. It's a pretty fun thing to see live, though, isn't it? A steel cage match. If you was there, I think you'd be into it. I'd be into it. Shoulder up. Elbows to the side of the head here by Bobby. Driving those elbows in. And again. Omos down on one knee. Bobby going against the ropes. Smacks Omos into the back of the head. Again, shots of the crowd. Crowd cheering. He's going to go for the hurt lock. He's round the back of Omos. Looking to slip the hurt lock on. He's got half. He's trying to get the full hurt lock applied. He has had it on before. Omos, though, tries to drive Bobby back. Bobby moves out the way. Omos goes into the corner. So, nice kick there by Bobby. Omos goes down to one knee again. Bobby is going to use this as a chance to escape. Looks like he's starting to climb. I don't know if he's climbing or if he's going for a high-risk move, but either way, he's got caught by Omos. Omos has grabbed him. Single arm powerbomb. Don't know what we're going for, but Bobby is fighting back, throwing in some kicks. I thought Omos might have his arm there, and he might actually just pick up Bobby and single arm powerbomb him. Bobby's looking to escape, but Cedric Alexander is climbing up the cage. Hate cage matches for this. The whole idea of the cage is to keep people out, and it never does. It never, ever does. Jaden said, what do you think about WWE live events? I think that it's a great opportunity to see some of your favorite superstars. I think that it's they normally have a bit more fun on those shows and do some like fun stuff that you wouldn't get on Raw. You can get some fun moments, like, you know, people come in from out back to interfere, and like there's been some pretty wacky stuff that's gone down at house shows that they would never do on SmackDown or Raw, because really it's just, you know, for that audience. You know, like, for example, Roman giving that speech about thanking the crowd, saying he's not sure when he's going to be back, he's moving to a different phase in his career. They wouldn't say that on SmackDown or Raw. They wouldn't have Roman come out thanking the fans. So you always get a few different things happening at house shows. The only downside with house shows is nothing of significance really ever happens on them. So, you know, there's not going to be, like, title changes. There have been, but they're very rare. Considering how many house shows there are, the percentage of seeing a title change at a house show must be, like, 0.01%. So, I think if you go in expecting, you know, title changes and cage matches and all this kind of stuff, like, I think you'd be disappointed. But I think if you go just to see your favourites in action, actually get to see them in person and have a look at the merch stand and see what all the other fans are wearing, and, you know, like, some people have some really cool, like, costumes on, or a lot of replica belts, a lot of old school t-shirts. So, you know, there's a good vibe. You kind of feel like you're amongst your people. Do you know what I mean? Like, whenever I go to the O2 and you just see loads of wrestling fans around, you're like, yeah, man. Oh, into the side of the cage, and the side of the cage falls down. Omos throws Bobby into the side of the cage, and side of the cage collapses open. We've seen this before, and that allows Bobby to stand up and win the match. Bobby is outside the cage because the cage collapsed open. So, there we go. Bobby has won the cage match. The ref's gone over, though, to the winner, Bobby Lashley. It doesn't matter if they go over the top or through the cage. That's what he's just said. The almighty Bobby. Bibby has won. Bibby has won. What do you think of the latest MJF news? Haven't seen it. What is it? If it's anything to do with him going to WWE, I don't believe it. Cage matches are cool. The get out the cage to win sucks. So Omos throws Bobby into the side of the cage. The side of the cage collapses down, and Bobby ends up just walking out. Predictable. That spot's getting old, says Donovan. Daniel said the cage broke. Hello, Legend Killer. Hope you are well. End of Days said, I called it. I told you the cage would break somehow. I think Cody will win Money in the Bank. I had a feeling that might happen, says Jadan. Marty says about 2 out of 5 for that. Who do you think should take the belts off Roman? Cody, for one. And then the Universal one I think is very interesting, because I don't think there's a obvious answer there. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind it being Bron Breakker eventually. I wouldn't mind it being Gable Steveson. I wouldn't mind it being Sami Zayn. So, those are the few options. I don't want it to be Drew. I know people would like for it to be Drew, but I don't want it to be Drew. They might give it Drew, though, because when Drew won the title, it was during lockdown, so he's not had that moment of him being champion in front of a crowd. And he's probably a credible option to do it. And it's going to be in Wales. So they could pull the trigger on Drew. We're just seeing last week, Tommaso Ciampa pinning Ali. Miz was the referee, did the quick count. Quick 1, 2, 3. Here's Theory, A-Town. So, Theory making his way out. Don't know who Theory's facing. Theory. The United States champion, Theory. Cody is the only person that should beat Roman, just like it should have been Roman who broke Taker's streak. Stone said that should be a table match rule. Put your opponent through the cage, you win. They just don't make cages like they used to, says Zoom Station. Right, Theory is taking on Mustafa Ali. That is going to be our next match. Okay, Theory versus Mustafa Ali. Dark Knight said, I'm confused. Why do you think Ric Flair's the best? He lost the main belt 16 times. You don't get that with Calzaghe, Mayweather, or Khabib. That is true, but equally, none of them had to fight as many times as what Ric Flair has. If you look at the number of fights that those guys had compared to the number of fights that Ric Flair had, I mean, undeniably, Ric Flair defended his title more times than they did. So there's going to be a few ways of looking at it. If wrestling was done in a similar way to boxing, where everyone only had like 2-3 fights a year, then absolutely you could make an argument that he lost too many times. But wrestling's, incredibly different. He would have been having like 280 probably matches a year in the 80s. So he would have been there would have been days where he would have done like 2 matches a day. On like a Saturday, he would have done like a matinee, and then he would have had a match on the night. And some of them matches would have gone an hour long as well on the regular. So, yeah, I mean, being the NWA champion was hard being on the road. And going from town to town, day after day, night after night, bar after bar. And, this is why it messed up a load of wrestlers. Why a load of wrestlers, certainly more from back in the day, are completely messed up, like Jake the Snake. And it's why a lot of them died so young. So, yeah, I don't disagree. If it was more in line with boxing, then that would be why. That would be not a good reflection of him, but the fact he wrestled so much, I think you have to expect a few more losses. Flair did 60 minutes all the time over the world. It's huge, says Davids. Maka said, I know it wouldn't work with the current storylines, but I wish Randy could win the title, and Cody then has to beat Randy, kind of like beating the old mentor, says Macapaka. Yeah, that could be pretty fun. Daniel said, Fightful reported is getting increasingly upset with AEW, and they stated this is not his character speaking, it's his actual feelings. Apparently Tony is willing to pay him some big money. Mason said, people are in for a massive shock if MJF goes to WWE and not in a good way. Matt said, what is the date of Ric Flair's match? So it's June something, I believe, and it's on Fight. So it's going to be one that you're going to have to pay for. I think, is it part of StarCast? Which, I mean, look, I don't know what the price of this thing's going to be. I don't know how you actually get it. I wonder if it's on Fight already. I'll have a look. If it's going to be like 60 odd £100, then I ain't doing it. If it's going to be relatively cheap, then I would be more interested. If I search Ric Flair, Ric Flair's final match promo. Ric Flair's final match promo. I don't know if there is a thing on. What makes you think this is going to happen? Look, here's the advert. Look, one more time. Jim Crockett Promotions, man. I can't believe that Jim Crockett Promotions is a part of it. Presents. Special guest referee for Theory versus Mustafa Ali. Ric Flair's last match. What's the date, though? I'm sure it does just pop it up on screen in a second. Oh, there we go. Sunday, July 30th. So July 31st. From the fairgrounds. Which I think will be really fun. July 31st. But how much it's going to cost, I have no idea. Miz making his way down. So Miz is the special guest referee in this one. There's nothing on Fight yet for July 31st, so it's not on there yet. I think at the moment it's just literally telling you that it's on the way. It's happening. It's a happening. Right. Theory said something's still not quite right. Miz is the special guest referee. I'm going to help you out. Expect the unexpected. Theory said your opponent isn't actually going to be me. It's going to be Veer Mahan. So it's Veer against Ali. So Veer versus Ali is the match we're getting. And Miz is the special guest referee. Theory jumps out the ring. I got the feeling Austin Theory will blow up one day. Rough edges, but once polished, he could be big time, says Fortnite. Veer has made his way down. Why doesn't Veer get one of those information things? I'd love to know if he likes going for walks and enjoys cookies or something. Veer enjoys English muffins and walks in the park. Ali going against the ropes. Veer collides, comes crashing down into Mustafa Ali. Ali down in the ring. Veer is a walk-in shampoo commercial. Virtual Fat Ass says, squash incoming. Miz is wearing some extra medium pants. They look like the kind of things that you would see Maurice wearing. Big boot there by Veer. Ali goes down. Veer has looked good in recent weeks. If Veer wins this, does Veer get a title opportunity? That would be kind of fun if Veer then asked for his title shot. I'd love to see Theory's face. Big elbow drop by Veer. Big elbow drop. Theory is down. Crowd don't seem too bothered by this match, to be honest. But I think Rhea's obviously going down quite well in India. Ali up in the air and gets dropped down, but Ali lands on his feet, delivers a super kick. Super kick by Ali, and another one. Ali going against the ropes, and Theory trying to trip him over. Miz didn't see anything. Miz saying that something went in his eye, so he couldn't see any outside interference. Drop kick by Ali. Ali going against the ropes. Another drop kick as Rhea was trying to get back into the ring. Ali back up. Going against the ropes again. Miz has stood in the way to start counting. Ali upset because he was just about to do a suicide. I wish all referees... do you know what? That's a brilliant idea. If a referee sees that a wrestler's about to do a suicide dive, they should stand in the way. If there's a way we can, like, cut out suicide dives, because they're in every match, then maybe we should just start moving the referee in the way. Miz has actually shown the future for referee in there. There we go. Ali taps. Rhea wins. Is this how they're going to secretly bury Ali without telling him so he doesn't leave again? Maybe. Maybe. Won't be here long. Got to get up early. Do you think Lacey Evans is now on Raw? I do, yes. I do. Zoom Station said this match is 5 ways unfair. Well, Theory is taken... There we go. They're taking some pictures. Look, Ali is passed out. So, Rhea had choked out. Table. They're saying table. They want Rhea to strip the commentary table, is it? Yeah. So he's taking the top off the commentary table. Has Ali got any friends? Is that... Oh, he has got some friends! He has got some friends! Rey Mysterio. And, I don't know, I think that's someone from outside, isn't it? Isn't that like a fan? Rey Mysterio and one of the fans? Rhea has caught one of the fans, but a seated senton by Rey. Rhea is not happy at that. Rey Mysterio. They're not burying Ali. They're creating sympathy, says List of Jericho. I'm surprised Rhea stayed there for selfies. Oh, he loves a selfie, Austin. You need to know that about him. He absolutely loves them. Here's Adam Pearce. Becky saying that this 6-pack challenge can't happen. So we've just gone to commercial break. We'll see what her ish is. We'll find out what her problem is. Would they ever put at the bottom of the screen in a Cody match, he loves watching AEW in his spare time and watching Fulham on ESPN? Probably not. I'm enjoying Miz and Theory together. It's very entertaining, says Dysfunction. Do you think they've missed the mark with Rhea? Yeah, but I think we all knew they would. I think we all knew that they were, like, everyone waiting for Rhea to arrive for so long was, you know, the fact it became a meme. And people were enjoying it because they couldn't believe WWE were doing it. As soon as he arrived, like, the interest towards Rhea definitely disappeared quite quickly, as we thought it would. And now we're not really doing much with him, are we? I mean, I suppose at least here we've kind of put him, not against the jobber, but at least we've put him in a match where, you know, he had a credible opponent there. I mean, he's beat a credible opponent. The only problem is he's done it with so much outside interference. And The Miz, obviously, being a crooked referee, that it's hard to know if he would have beaten Ali clean or not. Like, we don't really know. I don't know. I just if we want him to be a killer, I don't know that we're quite presenting him the right way. Like, he needs to go out there and beat credible opponents and do it clean. So yeah, I don't know. I sort of feel like, yeah, I don't think things have stalled. We just haven't really done much with him. He's beaten jobbers, and that's about it. And then this victory doesn't really count because we just don't know if he would have won this match or not. We are at commercial break, yes. It's about time Ray got back, says Delwyn. Wrestling days, he enjoys milk slices and synchronized swimming at the same time as well. James said Huddersfield are in the championship playoff final. Oh. Who did they beat? Who do you think will win the tag team unification match? I'll say the Usos. I'll go with the Usos. We've got to be splitting RK Bro soon. We've got to be. I thought they were going to split before WrestleMania. I know this Ali angle may lead to Summer, but do you think Vince is getting back at Ali for him publicly requesting his release for 3 weeks straight? I don't think so. I really, really don't think Vince is thinking that at all. I think what he's doing is maybe building up some sympathy and presenting Ali as an underdog. And it'll lead to Ali getting a big moment. I mean, look, if this doesn't lead to Ali actually winning anything, like if he just keeps getting buried week after week, then maybe then there is something in it. But I think the reason that we're doing this is to, build up the sympathy for him so that he gets a big moment further down the road. Is it weird Cody's toys are still AEW's top sellers? No. I would think the people that buy the figures for AEW might be some kids. But, if you want a Cody figure, it's the only way you can get one right now. So if you're into Cody in WWE, well, if you want a figure, the only Cody figure you can get in shops would be an AEW one. And if you're a collector, you might be thinking to yourself, well, these Cody figures, we don't know if he'll ever be back in AEW. These Cody figures could be worth a bit more now that he's left. They ain't going to be making any more anytime soon, are they? So I think there's a few different reasons as to why you would buy a Cody figure right now. It might be you're a collector and you want to see if it'll go up in value. Or you might be a kid who's now into Cody because he's in WWE and this is the only way you can get it. Everton lost to Brentford. I did see that, yes. I did see Sunny saying she got a room rental. So shout out to you, Sunny. That's great news. We are just seeing last week with Asuka and Becky and Bianca. Becky kick in and delivering a drop kick to Asuka. If it is going to be Asuka time, then I'm going to be very excited here. We've got about an hour and 17 minutes till we get to Cody. So that was last week then. Where are we now? We're backstage with Becky and Adam Pearce. You're not listening to me? I saw Sasha and Naomi leaving the building, says Becky. Becky says, I should just be named #1 contender. We need a main event. Huh? So there's no six-pack challenge now? There's now no six-pack challenge? 40 minutes ago, they announced a six-pack challenge for no reason. Something must have happened backstage. That must be a forced change because there's no need in doing that. There's no need in saying we're having a six-pack challenge, then 40 minutes later going, oh, actually, we're not. Now it's just Becky against Asuka one-on-one, and that's the number one contender. It's very strange. Something must have happened. There must be an illness or something. I was looking forward to that, says Serenity McGirt. Abdel, hello, said, I'm enjoying Raw more than SmackDown. Maybe keeping the belts with Roman is good. Really, to keep no champ on Raw does make it cooler. Ian said, that's a great main event. I can't wait. I want to start collecting Marvel figures. I have no idea where to look. Where would you recommend? No idea, dude. It's not my thing. I mean, I'd be looking in Smith's here in the UK. That's really our only toy shop now. Here's Riddle. First, the tag unification. Now six-pack challenge. Then change their mind. What is going on? British Soundboard Prank said, is this clickbait? I don't think it's clickbait. I don't think it's clickbait because, like, they didn't really announce it before Raw started. I don't remember seeing it anywhere. But they did announce it, like, 10 minutes into the show. But then half an hour after that, they've changed it. It's really strange. Riddle in the ring. Backstage fight politics. I would lean more to maybe like an illness. I'd lean more to maybe someone as, like, don't know, maybe someone's got COVID, picked up COVID. I mean, it is still doing the rounds. Which might have forced their hand into a change. Or maybe Vince just changed his mind. Maybe Vince was like, no, I don't want to do that now. It's crazy. Crazy. Serge said it's just WWE. I would like to know if Via likes horror movies and video games. We all would. We all would. Austin said Asuka and Becky will both win somehow. Or both lose. Maybe like double count out. Maybe someone will interrupt. But attack both of them. So it's a no contest. Yeah. Probably double count out. Do you think the unification match winner will be presented with one set of tag team titles to carry on both? Because Randy said he wants to combine them and the Usos want 4. I don't know what they're doing with tag division. I don't think any of us would care if there was just one tag team. A female tag team and a men's tag team champions, and that was it. Like, I don't think Raw and SmackDown need tag team champions. So, I really don't mind if they do combine them. Jaden, shout out to you, bud. Jaden says Riddle has gotten a lot serious recently. Well, Riddle is in the ring. We're waiting for Jimmy Uso. No sign of Randy. I want Becky to win, says 1 Minute Wrestler. Daze is going to attack Becky. No, because Becky would win by DQ. I'm not doing that. Who was meant to be in the six-pack challenge? It was Doudrop, Nikki ASH, Asuka, Becky, Sasha and Naomi, I think. Bailey is on SmackDown, said List of Jericho. They're so big, they can just do whatever they want, says Zoom Station. Well, we've got to the point where they're announcing matches and then deleting those matches within half an hour. Crazy. We are 50 minutes into the show. We're at commercial break. Surprise, surprise. How cool. The Premier League ends on Sunday, but WWE carries on. How great is that? They're actually letting matches run commercial-free tonight. Are they finally adjusting the commercial model to give a better viewing experience, says British Soundball Pranks. I can't say that I've noticed. I am guessing that... I think there was a commercial in the Ali match. Could be wrong. There's been commercials everywhere. There always is. Normally, though, they use that as a way of getting you to come back, don't they? So, you know, you'll be in the middle of the match. If you want to find out who the winner is, well, you've got to come back after the break. So it's normally a good way of making sure you don't change the channel. So that's why I don't think they would change it. They're more interested in making sure you don't change the channel than they are giving you a full match that doesn't have commercials. Right, Riddle in the ring. On one hand, AEW Cody toys are the hottest selling thing, but instead of Tony increasing the amount of those, he's increased Punk to 50,000, and they are the 5th hottest selling. It doesn't make sense, says Dragon Den. Here is the Usos. Do you think they've got solid plans for Alexa? Because the squash match last week felt like they just wanted her to stop complaining. I don't know that they've got solid plans. I don't know that they've ever had solid plans for Alexa for, I don't know, past 2 years. I mean, after WrestleMania 37, I seriously can't remember what she did. I can't remember what she did. I think was it after that she really leaned into Lily and the playground stuff. That might have come before, though, to be honest. I can't remember when all of that started. But there's been reports of them not having plans for Alexa for quite a while. But we'll see. We'll see what tonight holds. Right, here we go then. Riddle versus Jimmy Uso. There's no Randy Orton out there. Jey Uso is at ringside. Bayley has been spotted at Raw. Good. They changed a match. Do they ever have solid plans, said Blaze Radio. The guy that came out with Ray, that was his son Dominic. Oh, wow. I thought it was like a fan that had won a competition. Very cool. James said, "Where's Alexa?" I'm gonna say the women's changing room, or either there or catering right now. 1 count by Riddle. I prefer penitentiary Usos than bloodline Usos. Right, we've got Jimmy going after Riddle. He's trying to choke him out over the ropes. Is it true Roman's 2-month break starts after Hell in a Cell? I believe so, yes. But Harley was saying he's read that there's a chance that Roman could still be doing some pay-per-views during that time. So I'm a bit confused as to how much of a break this is. Like, is it a solid 2 months break, or is it a 2-month break from house shows and, you know, some of the SmackDowns? Over the top to the outside goes Jimmy. Jimmy and Jay. Jay gets kicked in the face. Riddle on the outside. Oh, strike to the face and Riddle goes down. Riddle's having to deal with both Usos here. That was always going to be the case, though, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know if they've explained where Randy is. He's not out there. I know that much. Riddle going into the ring steps. And the belt just fell on the floor, and you can see Jimmy grabbing them and holding them up. We the ones. We the ones. Is Randy the cameraman? Sure. Edward said it looks like Dominic has been working out. His arms look bigger. It could just be puberty, to be honest, mate. I wish there was a catering cam so that we could see who was in there. That would be interesting. That would be a lot of tears, I would imagine. Cut over, and all you've got is you've just got T-Bar and Mace with their heads in their hands, just like... Oh, God. I mean, it must get boring. Part of me thinks, like, it must be great because... You're getting paid well. I mean, they're getting paid main roster money. So they're getting paid really well. And I should imagine the food's nice. Free food. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you look at it in that way and you go, well, it's free food. You're getting paid really well. You're not taking any bumps. But equally, I can understand it being very frustrating. Certainly from a creativity point of view, like a lot of people want to go in and like, you know, express themselves. It doesn't matter if you're a musician, doesn't matter if you are a poet, doesn't matter if you're an actor, doesn't matter if you're a wrestler, like you want to go in and express yourself, perform. And it must be incredibly frustrating. Money isn't everything. Certainly helps though. Who won between Lashley and Omos? It was Lashley. Can they not scour the world for someone who looks like Ezekiel? Can't exactly advertise it, but there must be a way. The Raidalorian. Hello. I'm new to this channel. What are your thoughts on Macho Man? Is my favourite. Amazing. Amazing. I mean, one of the first to actually start planning his matches, obviously famously with WrestleMania 3 all being planned out and gone over with a fine-tooth comb. And it's hard now, isn't it? Like with the kind of wrestling we see all the time, to go back to that match at WrestleMania 3 and really appreciate it for what it was of its time. You would really have to watch a lot of matches from that era, from that time, from that kind of, was it 87, was it? I think it was 87. So you'd have to watch matches from 87 to see just how different, how exciting that Macho Man Ricky the Dragon match was compared to what you would normally get. But it was, I mean, there was close finishes, like false finishes, loads of them. It had a lovely pace to it. It was very technical. There was lovely reversals. Like, it was just an incredible, incredible match. So, you know, I mean, from his promos to his robes and his ring gear as well. Just, I mean, certainly when, as he got later into his career, you know, and he was wearing more the suits, they were looking great. But even just the trunks with the stars, even they're iconic. And the t-shirt, the purple t-shirt, that was iconic. His merch is iconic. His ring gear is iconic. His Miss Elizabeth is iconic. His promo styles are iconic. His voice is iconic. WrestleMania 3 match is iconic. Multiple-time WWE champion as well. Obviously went to WCW. Who knows, like, what if he hadn't have passed away? I wonder if we would have seen him coming into WWE. There's obviously, like, those rumors about him and Seth. And he never went in the Hall of Fame when he was alive. He got put in after he had passed away. And there does seem to have been a hell of a falling out between Vince and Macho Man. Don't know why. So, there's rumors of him having been with Steph when she was young. So, I don't know if there's any truth to that. Probably isn't. But, yeah, such a shame. And it was a car crash, wasn't it, that took him away from us. So, died way too young. But he's one of the all-time greats, isn't he? Charisma by the bucket load. Forearm strike back elbows coming in here by Jey Uso. Or Jimmy Uso, sorry. Peyton Royce and Billy Kay would say that Macho Man is iconic. Iconic. Ray DeLorean, shout out to you. Can you see Roman intervening? I don't think so. I don't feel like this match needs Roman. I think you would only get Roman if you had Randy and you had Drew, and the Usos were outnumbered and they were getting beaten down. Then I'd be a bit more like, yeah, okay, you might get Roman. But with Riddle out there on his own, like, the Usos really should be able to deal with one Riddle. It shouldn't take both Usos and a Roman to deal with Riddle. Jimmy, Pop-up Samoan drop. Shoulder up by Riddle. Ezekiel and Elias need to win the belts in a cinematic match, says Wrestle with Andy. Wrestle with Andy, I hope you're well. Macho Man against AJ would have been a classic. Absolutely. Here, I mean, imagine Macho Man Seth and Macho Man Cody and Macho Man Kevin Owens and Macho Man... Man, there'd be loads. Macho Man against Daniel Bryan. Macho Man AJ Styles, as you said. Macho Man Shawn Michaels. I feel like we must have got that match. But I can't think of that match. I can't think of that match because Macho Man is, like, not really competing, is he? I mean, like, by 93, end of 93, he's gone. Shawn doesn't turn solo until... Is it early 92? So, there's probably... It must have happened. That match must have happened. But it would have to have been on, like, a Raw or something. I'm looking now. Macho Man versus Shawn Michaels. Yeah, it did. It did happen in Munich, Germany. 1992, April 1992. World tour kind of a thing. Macho Man against Shawn Michaels. I was just thinking then, like, it must have happened because they were both in the company at the same time. But I was going through my brain of, like, SummerSlam, WrestleMania, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in my head. But apparently it happens on a European tour, and it is actually on YouTube, which is really cool. I'll have to add that to the things to watch. Jay is being kicked out of ringside because he was interfering. Silly Billy. What a silly Billy he is. What a silly Billy. Little roll up inside cradle. Riddle gets the win. Riddle beats Jimmy Uso mere moments after Jay had been removed from ringside. What has Cody got in store tonight? We'll find out in 57 minutes. 19th of April for the WWE Championship. Savage against Shawn. Now, that must be right after WrestleMania 8. So it must be that WrestleMania, because that was 92, and he beats Ric Flair. And so it must have been that straight after they go on a European tour, and then he's defending against Shawn Michaels. That's really fun. Never seen that match. Never ever seen those matches. That means if you was to go and see WWE in 92, which is the year I got into it, but at the end, had I have gone in April, there's a chance I would have seen Macho Man versus Shawn Michaels at the house show. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Right, we've got Judgment Day. Judgment Day, there's Liv tapping out to the clover leaf. Smile on the face of Edge. Happened at Rampage in the UK, and it is a championship match, says Fortnite. Watching Sean and Savage now, says Master Chief. Yeah, I think we're all doing that now, aren't we? Watching... watching that match. Judgment Day. Halftime scores. We've got 25 minutes to go, buds. 92 when Flair put Savage over, yes. And that was at WrestleMania, so if it's for the title, then Savage must have won it already, and that's so this must be after WrestleMania. But it can't be that long after WrestleMania. So it must be like a couple of weeks after WrestleMania. So he beats Ric Flair at WrestleMania 8, and then a few weeks later is on this European tour defending against Shawn Michaels. Right, we're backstage with Liv. She's never. No matter what the odds are, I never give up the fight, says Liv. Here's Los Lotharios. We're gentlemen. Okay, here's Finn and AJ. You've got a problem with Rhea Ripley. We've got a problem with Judgment Day. Let's join up. 3 of us need to work together. We need a plan. Why is she smiling? Why is she smiling? I don't understand. She says that she doesn't know about joining them at ringside. She'll think about it, but then she's like smiling. As if like a boy has just texted her back for the first time. Asuka versus Becky. Winner faces Bianca Belair for the Raw Women's Championship. So, number 1 contenders match. Should be interesting to see how that goes. Where was this camaraderie last week? Say no, Liv, says Zoom Station. Do you remember when we said AJ and Finn didn't help Liv? Yeah, but all of a sudden now they need her. All of a sudden they've spoke during the week and they've gone, listen, they've got Rhea Ripley. We're going to have to get a girl. We're going to have to get someone to deal with Rhea Ripley because we can't, because it's a bad look for us. So, should we get Liv? Now they've decided they need us, and now they're going to reach out. It's clever. It's clever from Bullet Club 2.0. Wouldn't you smile if AJ and Finn offered for you to join them at ringside? Yeah, but why did she turn them down? If she said yes, and then she was like kind of, I'm not having to fight this on my own, that would make sense. But instead she went, oh, I'm not sure. And then she kind of went, I don't get it. Will you join us at ringside? We should join together. Oh, I don't know. What are you doing? Just say yes. Just say yes. She don't have to deal with Rhea Ripley on her own, does she? She don't have to worry about Damian Priest and Edge. She's smiling because she's thinking about video games. Ah, got it. Will you join us? I don't know. Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, makes sense now. Makes sense. She's thinking about video. What else was she into? Scary films. Was it scary films? She was thinking about video games and scary films, wasn't she? Ah, Crash Bandicoot and The Exorcist. Once she's done thinking about video games and scary films, then she'll get back to Bullet Club. She'll be like, guys, I've thought it over. I would love to join you. I would love to join you. And in fact, we could have a video game scary film night. Yeah! Oh my god, guys, we could, like, have a slumber party. In fact, I would love to see that vignette where she says to them, I'll join you, but only if we can have a scary movie night. And they're like, what? And then we actually go round to, like, Liv's house, and it's, like, 2 o'clock in the morning. And AJ and, like, Finn are, like, being forced to watch The Exorcist of Emily Rose or whatever it is. That could be fun. That could be fun. Liv is trying to lower Rhea's guard down for when she does come out. Delmar said, does it not feel like Liv is growing on management? It's been nearly a year since Ruby got released, but I feel that Liv has grown as a performer since then, says Delmar. They're teasing her joining Edge. Are they? They're teasing her joining Judgement. I'm not getting that vibe. I'm not getting that vibe. I think I agree that the obvious thing for her to have said there would have been yes. But I think what they're doing is there's going to be a moment where Finn and AJ are being beaten up. Someone's going to make the save, and it's going to be Liv in it. She's going to come running down. She's going to make the save. The segment will end with those three standing together. Judgment Day are going to be all disgruntled. Oh, I can't believe it. We need a new member. We don't have the numbers game anymore. It feels like it's going that way. We're just looking at the top 10 Instagram photos of the week. We got Finn Balor, Alexa, Elektra Lopez, Liv Morgan, Gunther. He's with Ginny, isn't he? There's a picture of Gunther with Ginny. It looks like they must be still in a relationship. Gunther and Ginny from NXT UK. Here's Judgment Day. Have you been listening? Yes. Are you getting it? Think so. Oh, apparently I'm not. Oh. By now. You should rise and show respect to the Judgment Day. Acknowledge us. If any of your heroes want to step to us, they'll face nothing but punishment. She looks fun in a suit, doesn't she? There's nothing holding me back. Now it's time for complete and utter eradication. Yeah, I don't mind Judgment. I don't mind them, guys. I really don't. Is the Ezekiel storyline not amazing, says FAC MGR. I don't think it's amazing. I think that Kevin Owens is doing a great job of getting it over. But I think if Kevin Owens wasn't a part of it, I don't know if it'd be working, to be perfectly truthful. I think that a lot of the comedy comes from Kevin Owens freaking out over how he can't believe people are just falling for it. So I think Kevin Owens is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. So as long as he's still giving those kind of reactions and we're getting things like Ken Owens and all that kind of fun stuff, then yeah, I'd say it's working. But I don't know what the long-term future looks like once Kevin Owens moves away from this feud. Perhaps they're hoping by that point Ezekiel will just be over and it'll just be Ezekiel then. Okay. Edge is saying you should understand we could use your athleticism. AJ, your problem is you try to please everyone else. That is your problem. Can you download the horror movie Darby Allin Christmas Maker? It's a great video game where Darby is a scary snowman. It's the most anticipated horror movie game ever. Sounds good. Liv, Finn, AJ, the choice is yours. Either stand by our side or lay at our feet again and again and again. And he puts the ring on the scales. Okay. Liv. No. It's not that anymore, is it? Used to be that. They changed it. Liv Morgan. Oh, where's the sidebar? Where's the sidebar? So, so is she with them now? Liv making her way down, and Balor's coming out with her. Does this mean we don't get the sidebar? Literally, it just said Liv Morgan. Liv doesn't like anything this week. I can't believe one of my favourite parts of Raw has been removed. Okay, so Balor's there. Here's AJ. Yep. This is a great way for Liv to get over, says Almighty Nick. Liv the Vampire Slayer. Well, what are we getting now then? I really thought it was going to be a case that she was going to make the save. I mean, I know it's just a nothing detail. I know it doesn't matter. But why have we seen a segment where they've said, come to ringside, and she's gone, I'll have to think about it, and then smiled up into the heavens, and then literally they go out, but she comes out first? She came out first? It's a nothing detail, but it's one of those that you just go, what? Would have been so easy for her to have gone, yes, you know, let's do this. And then out she comes. But instead she was like, no, let me think about it, or I'm not sure. Is it designed to make us sit here and go, oh, please, Liv, please, oh, God, I hope she does. Perhaps that's it. Perhaps that's what it's meant to do. Make you go, oh, please, oh, my God, I hope when they come out, she comes out. But then why did she come out first? If that's what it was meant to do, why not have AJ? Why not do it the way that I thought it was going to go, which is why not have Finn and AJ go out, no Liv, right? And then they're outnumbered and Rhea Ripley's getting involved, and then Liv comes running down and makes the save. That's what I thought they were going to do. Certainly didn't expect them to put Liv out there first. Moments after she's gone, oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Mario Kart. Like, mental. I do look at that and think, is that maybe another plan that was changed? Did they maybe have the plan, the idea of doing what I just said, and then they've changed it since they recorded that backstage thing? So I don't know if that backstage thing was live. Could have been pre-recorded. Is that another example of things, something changing? Like how the six-pack challenge, we were apparently getting that and now we're not. And that changed? I don't know. It's not the wildest thing in the world to think that this script has been rewritten a few times. It's just a weird, really strange nothing. It's not important. Couldn't be less important if it tried. But it is a weird way of doing it. It is a very strange way of doing it. It didn't make sense, her saying maybe. They labelled that backstage segment as earlier today. So, to be fair, it wasn't moments after. Ah, that is true now you said that. It did say earlier today at the start, didn't it? It did say earlier today. So, I wonder if that is a plan change. I wonder if that's a plan change. Because the way that, if she's changed her mind or thought about it since they came up to her, surely the way you book it is to have them come out hoping that she's going to come out and she doesn't, and then they're outnumbered and she makes the save. Like, that is booking 1.01, you know, the first rule. Booking part A, beginner level booking. You know, if you want to get her over and get her a big pop and make a big deal out of her joining up with them, then that's how you would book it. That's how you would do it. And her saying, "Oh, I'm not sure," leans into that. So to have her just come walking out like first was strange. But as I keep saying, equally doesn't matter, not important. Just a weird little thing. Just weird. Bit like saying there's a six-pack challenge and then there isn't. Weird. She finished the game and now she's available. Could be that. Could be that. British Soundboard Prank said PW Insider is reporting that Sasha Banks walked out of the taping after an argument with Vince over the creative direction of the match, and Naomi walked out with her. Hang on. So we're saying that what they just said about those people, because Becky said, "I saw Sasha and Naomi walking out." Are we saying that that is actually true? That they actually walked out? If they did, then that is... Oh, Sasha Banks actually walks out. Hang on. We said something had changed here. I want to read this. I want to read this. It's taking a bit of a while to load, unfortunately. Clash at the Castle. We got a little advert for Clash at the Castle. Sasha is a drama queen. Well, listen. I think she saw Liv saying, "I'll think about it," and then moments later walking out. And I think that she was like, "What? That doesn't make much sense." And she's walked out. And I think she's right to do that. Because I'm ready to walk out of this episode as well. That is not the best picture of the two of them I can find, but... Big breaking news then, and this is coming from PW Insider. I've got the article in front of me. A match was changed earlier, and it was changed from a six-pack challenge, and it was changed because apparently Sasha Banks and Naomi legitimately have walked out of Raw. So Mike Johnson is reporting from PW Insider the main event for Raw was changed from a six-pack challenge to Becky Lynch against Asuka after two talents walked out late in the day before Raw actually went live. The word backstage is that Sasha took issue with some of the planned creative for the original main event, the 6-pack challenge, to determine Bianca Belair's next challenger at Hell in a Cell. Banks had a meeting with Vince, and the belief was that McMahon didn't choose to change those plans. Banks wouldn't back down on her issues and made the decision to leave. Naomi, her tag partner, left as well. WWE shot several new segments with Adam Pearce and Becky Lynch to change that match. And so now we've got Asuka against Becky Lynch. But this is a developing story, and it seems like it's a real story. It seems like this isn't a work. It doesn't seem to be designed to kind of get, like, you know, heat on anyone. This is apparently something that's actually happened today. And if Sasha Banks has walked out of a WWE Raw show before it's even aired, that is one of the worst things that you can do to let down the fans that have potentially paid money to come and see you. She won't have taken that decision lightly. She will have done it because she believes that's the right way forward. But if she's done that, then that is huge. Like, that is the kind of thing that can get you, like, shelved, basically. I don't think they would let her go because she'd probably just walk straight to AEW. Or she would, you know, just go to Hollywood or do more Star Wars or something. Like, she would be fine. But I don't think they'd let her go. But, yeah, there'll be repercussions for this. There could be a horrible fine. Hefty fine that's coming her way. Suspension. Could be anything here. This is a big, big developing story. So all eyes are going to be on this. But this news coming from PW Insider. WWE is going to wish Sasha Banks well. I don't think it's going to be anything along those lines, to be honest. As I said, I don't think they'll do that because I think that WWE are not going to want to lose a star of her caliber. It's a little bit, not quite, but a little bit like Roman Reigns walking out. Roman Reigns walking out, you know, they wouldn't do anything then, would they? They can't really afford to because he's such a massive star. But it's a little... It's a big story, though. It's a big, big story. Yeah, the repercussions of this are going to be absolutely monstrous. As I said, a hefty fine I think you can definitely expect, at the very least. I can't think there's any way that this can be spun as being, you know, just a little disagreement. As I said, there's going to be people that have bought tickets to actually see Sasha in person. You know, Sasha's got a lot of fans. A lot of fans. I mean, you only have to go onto Twitter and get abused for 5 minutes from her stands to know how many fans she's got. And, you know, there's going to be some of them that have actually paid money to see her that now haven't. Now, granted, they don't always advertise the stars that are actually going to be there. But I remember Stone Cold doing it. And Stone Cold was always said afterwards, like, he really regrets it. Los Lotharios, is it? Finn and AJ. It's unprofessional. I mean, for such a nothing thing. I mean, what did they want her to do? Like, it really seems like it's a nothing thing. It really doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal to me. Sasha's got millions of followers. Yeah. I think you're wrong. They treat Banks like an afterthought. She threatened to leave in the past. She's leaving, and that day is coming, says Justin. There's nothing to be wrong about, is there? I mean, you are employed to perform the stories that they ask you to perform. I mean, there's no God-given right for any wrestler to win matches. And if the story is... you can't tell me they've treated Sasha badly. She's main evented WrestleMania. She's been one of the first women to be in Hell in a Cell. She's the current tag team women's champion along with Naomi. She's multiple-time women's champion. She's one of the biggest stars they've got. It's opened up doors. Do you reckon she would have got that job at doing Star Wars if she hadn't been in WWE? You know, what is there to be wrong about? You can't tell me they treat Sasha badly or treat her worse than they treat AJ Styles or Finn Balor or anyone else. You know, for her to, like, all right, so the way this match finishes is what? She loses, she takes the pin. Well, she's probably not expected to win this match because she's already got the tag title. I didn't expect Sasha to win this match tonight. Surely the focus is more on Asuka and Becky in the singles division. So even if the finish is that Sasha is the one that's pinned, all right, it might sting for tonight, but she can walk out next week on the show with a women's tag title on her shoulder, can't she? Do you know what I mean? There is. You can say I'm wrong, but there's no excuse for walking out of a show when there's kids and people that have paid money to come and see you. No excuse. That is unprofessionalism on an epic scale, in my opinion. There's no excuse for it. There's no excuse to refuse to perform. You know what you're getting paid for. She's getting paid in the millions. She's getting paid in the millions, and her job is to perform the show and the script that is provided by Vince, and she's done that for a long time. And if she's in a place where she doesn't want to do that now, well, then she's in a place where she shouldn't be in WWE. And if we're saying that she needs to leave WWE as a result, I ain't bothered. It doesn't bother me to say goodbye to Sasha Banks, because there's plenty of people that would love that place on that card. You go to some of them indie wrestling shows where there's loads of women that love wrestling that would kill for the opportunities that Sasha Banks has had. You know, sometimes, like, you can't see the trees for the forest. Sometimes you don't know quite how lucky you've got it. And, you know, quick reminder, if you just have a look at how hard those women on the indie scenes are having to, like, grind and work just to get pretty feeble pay. And there you've got, like, Sasha Banks, like, refusing to work an episode of Raw in front of some people that have, you know, potentially kids as well that have, you know, come to see her. I don't think there's anything to be wrong about there. I don't know how anyone can stand by that. What was the finish? God damn, what did they want her to do? What is so bad? What could be so bad in the finish of that match that warrants her walking away? What could be so bad? I don't understand. If it was like, I'm trying to think what's the worst thing, and I'm like, if it was something to do with racism, sexism, you know, something like that, then you could understand it. It ain't going to be anything like that in the main event of a Raw 6-pack challenge match, is it? It's going to be probably that she was the one that was going to take the pin. And I can't be alone in thinking that's a pretty weak reason to walk away from Raw. So, you know, this is pretty wild stuff. I tell you what, it's going to be fun, isn't it, with all the Sasha stands defending this. I'll have a great time on Twitter. I've got no problems telling them all that their hero's an absolute douche. Sasha would probably be a diva and impossible to work with in AEW. They let people go without notice, so I don't see a lot of difference, says Luke. Oh, well, listen, we're talking about two separate things. I mean, there's no excuse for that, and we've absolutely laid into WWE for letting people go in those situations. WWE is not right in those situations, but that doesn't mean that superstars can now just walk out of Raw whenever they want before it starts, or walk out of SmackDown before it starts. This doesn't mean that because WWE let go of wrestlers, we're now going to allow wrestlers to just walk out of shows. Like, that whole two wrongs don't make a right. But not only that, these things aren't even connected. So we're talking about two very, very different things there. I wonder if that's how people will defend it. We don't know why she walked out. One report said she did. We've had reports that have been rubbish in the past, says James. Well, that is true. I mean, but it is coming from PW Insider. So it's not coming from, you know, Johnny Johnface, who just fancies making up some fake news. I'd say it's coming from a pretty reliable source. PW Insider, I think, is quite good. Been doing it a long time. They're very credible. So if they're reporting it, then, you know, it makes me sit up and listen. And listen, if this turns out to be fake, then, well, good, to be honest. Because my opinion of Sasha has definitely taken a hit if she has walked out of Raw. Finn has picked up the win. Sean Ross Sapp's about to confirm the story. It's blowing up, man. It's blowing up. It's definitely one that is going to be the big talking point from this episode. We've got Finn and is Liv going to too sweet them? Liv too sweet him with Finn and AJ. We're backstage with Kevin Owens. So he's got results about Ezekiel and Elias, and if they are the same person. If Johnny returns to NXT, do you think that would boost the ratings? Not really. Johnny was there when the ratings were so-so anyway. The DNA results were contaminated, apparently. There was barbecue sauce on the samples, and of course, they look over at Otis. He's going crazy here at Otis. He's very upset. Kevin Owens, man, is doing so well with this feud. Doing so well. I wonder if JD or Solomon's have to say, don't forget it's rumoured both walked out. That is true. I mean, Naomi has walked as well. It seems like, from the story, though, that Sasha is the one that has had the problem, and she's the one that's gone first. And I think Naomi's gone more out of solidarity. But she definitely deserves some criticism as well, if it is true. Shoosh! KO is awesome, says Charles. Right, last week we had Sonya in ring. They asked her to come out in a Star Trek costume, said Dortnight. That'll do it. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Why would Naomi walk out? It doesn't make sense. Sasha had issues with Vince, but why would Naomi risk her job? I think Naomi is like a really... And I would say this the other way round as well, right? So this isn't... I'm not attacking Sasha specifically. I don't have an issue with Sasha. I would say the reverse if it was the other way round. But I think that she's a good friend, a good person. And I think that she has stood by Sasha. I think Sasha's gone, and I think Naomi's there. They've probably been quite close, and certainly recently, what with them tagging together, that she's sort of like, well, you know, do I? She could also, I mean, look, Naomi could always turn around to say that she left to try and convince Sasha to come back. She could always say that she tried to get Sasha to return and see sense. So she could sort of explain it that way. I would say the exact same thing if this was the other way around. If Naomi was the one that had the problem and left, I'd be saying, well, shame on her. You know, disgrace. You shouldn't be walking out of a show when there's people that have paid to come and see you and whatever. So it doesn't matter, like, who the person was. I would say the same if it was Asuka. If Asuka had done it, I'd say the exact same thing. I think walking out, like, beforehand and then forcing matches. I mean, like, you are forcing matches to be changed. I mean, what about the likes of Nikki ASH now? She might not be on the show at all. She was going to be in the main event in that six-pack challenge. That has now changed to a one-on-one match. All of a sudden, Nikki ASH doesn't get on this show. Same for Doudrop. Doudrop doesn't get on this show at all now. So they're not on the show. So not only have you got, like, kids and people that have paid money to come and see you, but you've also got other wrestlers that are now not on the show that were in the main event as well, and were actually in with a chance. All right, they probably wouldn't have won, but in with a chance of, being the ones to face Bianca. I mean, we're presuming that it's Sasha that's going to take the pin. I don't know. What if Sasha just didn't like the person that was winning? I have no idea. What if she's got a bit of a problem with someone backstage, doesn't like them as a person, found out they're going to win, and she's like, no, I'm not going to be in this match that puts, Nikki ASH over, or I don't know. I would feel like it's probably more likely that she was going to take the pin, or Naomi was going to take the pin, and so Sasha is standing up for Naomi. She hasn't backed down. She spoke to Vince. Vince isn't changing his mind, and so she's walked out. The end result is Sasha has walked out. Sasha has walked out. That's where I put the blame. Naomi has followed, and so I think she deserves some of the blame as well for going as well. But I think she's done it more as being like a good friend. And as I said, I would say it if it was the other way around as well. If Naomi had gone, shame on her. And if Sasha followed, well, she's probably trying to be a good friend. They've known each other. Got a bit closer probably again recently. Because now, they're in matches a lot together. So I think it's probably something along those lines. But obviously, we're going to have to wait and see what the details are. The bit that I read to you is the PW Insider report. So we need to get a few more deets. Wrestle with Andy said, what if she was being made to be Sasha Dust? Well, she's got no excuse because Cody stuck it out, didn't he? If Cody had to endure, I don't know how long. I mean, it's not even a gimmick, is it? Maybe you could understand, like how the Revival were given those awful gimmicks. Like the big clock and the horrible looking, you saw the pictures of what they wanted them to wear. Like, if they were shown like a whole new gimmick and they disagreed with, then maybe you could be understanding a bit more. Because that's going to change your career. Like, you've been given a gimmick that you don't like, but wrestlers have had gimmicks they don't like. All the time. Famously, like Terry Taylor when he was Red Rooster, thought it was a rib. He used to have to come down and like do the whole chicken thing, as the Red Rooster. But Bruce Pritchard says no. The Rooster, it's like being the cock of the walk. It's like being like the main man, like showing off. That's what they were trying to get the Red Rooster to do. But yeah, it didn't land, and he hated it, but he still did it. But this is so strange because, I mean, to my knowledge, it ain't going to be a gimmick change for Sasha. It's not going to be a gimmick change. It's just a one-off, nothing main event match. It's just a one-off match. What the hell were they going to do in the match? I can't be the only one sitting here going, what were they going to do in the match? What were they going to do in the match? Alexa in the ring, and she looks very similar to as she did last week. Sasha's got that Star Wars money now. Sean and Dave were wrong about her leaving last time. They acted like it was credible and it wasn't. Why do we think they don't lie? Oh, I don't think they lie. I think they've got sources. Whether those sources are 100% correct all of the time, I have no idea. But there's definitely people that talk that I listen to more. I mean, there's people that get their news from just random people on Instagram, random people on TikTok. I think if it's someone like Dave Meltzer, PW Insider, WrestleVotes, look, are they going to deliver 100% all of the time? No. Because they'll get fed bad information. So, no, I don't think they'll deliver 100% of the time. Could they be wrong on this? Sure. The only thing I would say is we already had a doubt. You know, you don't announce a match 10 minutes into a show and then change it half an hour later without something happening backstage. And we said straight away, something's happened there. I thought it was someone had got COVID. That's what we rewind the stream. Go back to like when we saw that match had changed. I said it must be like an illness or someone's got COVID. I didn't think it was going to be a case that some wrestlers had walked out. Which is stunning to me. Absolutely stunning. Without a shadow of a doubt, overshadows anything that's going to go on this show now. The big story coming out of this Raw will be about Sasha and Naomi. It'll be interesting to find out and see it get confirmed. But right now, I'm fully on board with what I'm being told. Mainly because I've seen with my own eyes that a match has been forced to change. They have changed a match during the show. There's a graphic at the start advertising it, and then half an hour later we hear that match has changed. And straight away we went, well, something's happened. And now we're starting to hear news and reports about what it is that happened and about there being a disagreement between Sasha and Vince. Fightful is reporting Naomi was scheduled to win. And Sasha didn't like it. This is even more confusing when you see who was meant to win. What do you think it means? Who was meant to win? Well, Harley's reporting that it's Naomi that was going to win it. Are we in a situation where Sasha Banks has walked out before Raw because her tag team partner is going to get an opportunity at the title and she doesn't like it? Is that where we are? 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 I might put that on Twitter. I'm going to put it on Twitter. I'm going to make some friends. I ain't give a flip. I ain't give no flips. Is it true that Sasha Banks left WWE Raw because she didn't like the idea of Naomi winning a Raw women's title opportunity? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Shoulder up by Alexa. The news feels like it's sucked the life out of the crowd. I don't know if the crowd know, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe they do. Alexa Bliss gets the win, and look, it's another straight-up normal match, and everything's fine, and she looks great, and it was competitive, and sign me up for the Alexa Bliss bandwagon. The Cody countdown is a bit silly. William said, am I the only one sat here not surprised because I know women are crazy? I mean, that's one way of putting it. They probably wanted Sasha to attack Naomi, and she said no, said Zoom Station. The crowd don't give an F about this match, nor do they know. There was a guy in the front row that was wearing a Lily mask. I don't know if you spotted that earlier. Sonya is having a pop at the ref. She's going to lose it here. She's not. Yeah, she slaps him. She slaps the referee. The referee goes down. Sonya is not an authority figure anymore, so that won't play very well. Can't go hitting referees. Sonya making her way. I don't know if that dude's still wearing the mask. No, it looks like he's took it off. There was a guy in the front row who had a Lily mask on. It's a guy with a ref shirt. We've got 1 hour left. Where's Cody? It should be about 9 minutes. What if Sasha didn't like Naomi winning because they want to split them up? I don't know. This is silly, says Hoff Sports Media. The news on Sasha has taken me out of this show, says British Soundboard Pranks. None of it is making sense. Are we attacking Sasha? And why would Naomi leave with her, says Dragon Den. Well, I mean, look, we can attack Sasha easy by saying, if it's true, then I think that's appalling. And that's all we've said. If it's true, then I think it's appalling. And it's being reported as being true from PW Insider. We're not getting any reports coming through saying it isn't true at the moment. No one has come out and said this isn't true. So as of right now, all we can do is react to the news that's coming through and the reports that are coming through. Sean Ross Sapp's come out and said, you know, it gets a bit more confusing once you hear who was going to win that match. So, you know, that would imply that Sean Ross Sapp has reached out and not found any conflicting reports at the moment. So all you can do at the moment is say, if it's true, then I think that's, you know, a really bad look for Sasha. I'm sure there's a reason for it, and her side of the story, which is going to be important, because I'm not a believer in just hearing one side of a story. Her side of the story is going to be really important, but as of right now, what is being reported is not a good look. Watching Raw and the wrestlers, you can see there's no life. They look unhappy. The only thing I could think is that Naomi was booked to pin Sasha, says Harley. Maybe. Is reporting the finish was Naomi going over and setting up a Sasha heel turn, which the duo think is a bit too premature. I mean, all I'm going to say again is if that is the reason, that is nowhere near good enough to walk out of a show. There's been so many heel turns. I mean, Big Show was turning face and heel every flipping week. You know, Sasha and Naomi are having a good time together and they don't want to split up. WWE want to split them up. If that's what it is, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. No matter what the truth is, it's got us talking. Let's get rid of Sasha. It's not the first time she's thrown her toys out of the pram. She thinks she's bigger than this company. Well, I will stand by again. You know, the whole if true. I'm not going to lose sight of the fact that you know, we still haven't heard her side. But I'm still not changing my stance on it. If true, then I think it's appalling. Right, Cody has made his way down. I completely agree. I mean, I was looking forward to watching Alexa, and I had half an eye on it. I saw enough that it was, you know, we didn't have playgrounds magically appearing and whatnot. For me to know that I'm back on board with Alexa. What if they both didn't agree to the heel turn? Makes no difference, does it? They ain't got to agree to anything. Why do you think they get paid millions? They get paid millions to basically be actors. That's what they are. They're actors, they're performers. It's like getting a script for a play. It's like getting a script for a TV show. Imagine you was on Coronation Street or EastEnders here in the UK. These are like shows that have run for years and years, and they're on 3 nights a week or whatever. Imagine getting that and your character does something that you don't like. Well, you just got to do it, innit? I mean, I don't understand. What about, if you're in a ER, or CSI in America, and your character's been in for years and years and years, and then you get a script for a new episode and you don't like the direction? I can understand you going and talking to the writers, talking to the director and getting your point across. But if the decision comes back, no, this is the way we're going, well, you have to do it, don't you? You have to do it. If you don't do it, then what are you doing? Maybe this isn't for you. I cannot stress, right? I know, it might seem like we're making a big deal out of this and it's really much ado about nothing. But I really, really cannot stress how bad this is. It's one of the worst things you can do as a wrestler. Legit, it is one of the worst things. Famously, do you remember the Ultimate Warrior said to Vince before SummerSlam, I want you to pay me, I think it was $250,000. Otherwise, I'm not doing it. I'm not going out. And Vince paid him the $250,000. And as soon as the match was over, he fired him. Fired the Ultimate Warrior. Now, granted, she hasn't done that. She's not trying to hold Vince ransom for money. But what she has done is she's held him ransom over a storyline. She has basically turned around and said, unless you give me the storyline I want, I am not performing for you. And can you imagine if Vince had buckled? Imagine if Vince had agreed. That is then going to be a tactic that every wrestler would use. What? I can't be the world champion? Well, then I'm not going to be on Raw. I'm not winning tonight. Forget this. I won't be on SmackDown. I mean, it's literally one of the worst things you can do. I can't think of, short of punching a child in the face, being advertised for a show and then no showing it. I mean, look, there's reasons why you might have to no show if your flight's been cancelled, you've fallen ill. All of these things are absolutely fine. These things happen actually, and that's why some of the shows have to get rewritten. But to actually be fine in the arena and your problem is something that's in the show really says that you've lost sight of what's going on here. It really says you've just lost sight of what's happening. It says you've got really into what you're doing to the point where now WWE want to move away from it, and that's a problem for you. And that's something that seemingly, apparently, is resulted in you just basically holding Vince to ransom. Ultimate Warrior did it over money. He didn't really care about what the result of the match was. He just wanted another $250,000. She has walked out, allegedly, because she's not got the result she wants. It's crazy. This is crazy. This is one of the most crazy things that's happened, well, certainly this year. And, Sasha Banks walking out before Raw even begins is a monstrous story. It's absolutely huge. If you're bored of hearing about it already since it broke, tell me how you feel on Wednesday. Because this is going to be everywhere. This ain't going away. Right, here's Cody. Cody in the ring. I hope Seth is listening, says Cody. I wonder if the plan was Naomi winning the title, joining the Bloodline. Damn, that would have been cool. Didn't Randy block them breaking him up with Riddle and no one cared? Well, yeah, but I don't think he refused to be on a show where it was actually going to happen. I think what he did was he went to Vince, and I think he's got quite a bit of power. And I think he went to Vince and said, look, I don't want this to end. Can we stretch it out and maybe get to SummerSlam instead of breaking us up for WrestleMania? And seemingly Vince has agreed. So no one cares because nothing happened. Randy, you know, I have never heard of Randy refusing to be on a show and plans having to change because of RK Bro potentially splitting up. Never. I've not seen a single report of that. Not a single report. So I think to compare Randy having a meeting with Vince and wanting RK Bro to continue longer and then getting that is completely different to Sasha going to Vince, not getting what she wants, and going home. Doing one. Before the show starts. If Randy had done that, I'd condemn him as well. I'd say exactly the same. Let's listen to what Cody's got to say. We are in the final hour now. It reminds me of Tevez and Man City says Fortnite. Hollywood Guy said, do you think this was a long time coming? I don't know. I can't really comment on Sasha. I mean, I know that she took some time off back in like 2019. She was gone for a while. She said she had to get her head together. She kind of, I think she wasn't enjoying it. So I think her enjoying what she's doing is very important to her, and I can understand that. And I think she is enjoying this with Naomi. So if they've implied that it's now starting to come to an end, I could understand her not reacting very well to that. But if you go to Vince and you air your frustrations and he listens to you and nothing changes as a result, well, there's like a million wrestlers that have been in that situation. What you have to do is take it on the chin, make the most of what you're given, and if you're not happy, don't renew your contract. Simple as that, innit? Don't renew. Don't stay. I really don't know what this resolves for her because they're still going to split that team. If that's what Vince wants to do, he's still going to do it. And if this is what she's done, it does not reflect well on her at all. But let's see. I mean, we need all the details, don't we? We need to see like how this plays out because there's a lot more coming. A lot more. Everyone here knows what it's like to get a second chance. Don't take that for granted. If you're going to deny me this second chance, you're going to have to kill me, says Cody. Larry said, I found this. Sasha walked out over creative differences. She wanted changes made and wouldn't budge. She left the building. Naomi left with Sasha. Hell in a Cell. There we go. Cody has said inside Hell in a Cell. So Hell in a Cell has been proposed. Is Alexa still bringing Lily out? Yes. Just to sell dolls? Yes. Apparently, I mean, Liv came out the other week and said that the dolls make a lot of money. Here is Seth on screen cackling away. Mr. Nightmare in all your glory. Trying to steal my spotlight at WrestleMania. That wasn't enough for you. Now you want one more go around. And this time inside Hell in a Cell. Do you remember when he took on Edge last year? That was amazing. In Hell in a Cell. That's the biggest mistake you've ever made. Anyone that ever steps foot in that cell with me is changed forever. Did Fiend change? I don't think Fiend changed. Wrestling Wriggle said, get a chance. Check out the 79 NWA Championship match between Dusty Rhodes and Harley Race. They would have faced a few times, wouldn't they? What would that be on? What show in particular? Cody said, I'll see you in hell. Wrestling Wriggle, shout out to you, dude. Let me know the show, though, because I've got a feeling they probably faced quite a few times around that time. I don't think they would have just done, like, one match. Naomi to win the match, then the belt, then join Bloodline. It could be legendary. There's Asuka. Asuka with a smile on her face. Oh, I thought she was doing an impression of Sasha. I don't want my partner to win the match. It wasn't. It was that she was doing an impression of Becky. It was Becky. Because she says, because I'm ready for the Raw Women's Championship. She's cutting more promos now in English. Starting to get a bit more like more words out of her now. So Asuka against Becky. That's going to be our main event. Winner faces Bianca Belair for the Raw Women's Championship. That is our main event. What kind of key opens a banana? A monkey. Jilly says, Sasha's my favourite. I hope she's got a good excuse. I'm still going to like her work, but I would be disappointed if this came from jealousy. To be honest, I don't think it's jealousy. I think it's probably more to do with them potentially splitting the group. I don't think she would begrudge Naomi. I don't think it'd be jealousy. I think it would be that she is having a really fun time and really enjoying what she's doing, loving working with Naomi, and probably doesn't want to see Naomi go off to have a singles run or split the team now, or something along those lines. Here's Kevin Owens. Corey Graves. They mentioned it on commentary. What did they say? What did they say? Cody said they walked out on commentary. It's a work with Sasha and Naomi, says Alexander. If Naomi and Sasha do break up, who will turn on who? I don't know why. This is kind of why I got upset with CM Punk, because he was upset with his time, and I know about him wrestling with injuries, but you were the longest reigning champion. Graves said it on commentary that they're unprofessional. It's got to be part of a story, says Cobra. Wow. Let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to think why he would say that. You see, what I'm thinking right now is that it might not be part of a story. I still don't believe it's part of a story, if I'm being honest. I still believe that it's legit, even with him mentioning it on commentary. Because, I mean, we had the graphic earlier. It's sort of like we were already told we were meant to get something different. The other thing as well is that Sasha and Naomi are actually trending right now. They're actually trending. It might be interesting to know if Raw's ratings have took a jump. Like, if it's spiked or what's actually happening. And it could be that, you know, they're just trying to address what everyone is talking about right now. And they're just trying to, you know, just drop a mention in there. The other thing as well is by Corey Graves doing that. You know, that will now be trending. Corey Graves mentioning it will now be trending. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out. Jonathan said, some of Corey's tattoos look unprofessional. Delmar said, did Becky not say to Adam Pearce live on Raw how Sasha and Naomi left the building, just got up and left? She did, yes. She did. I wonder if they'll come back in the main event and attack everyone, says Maka. Very unusual for WWE to air dirty laundry. Becky and Corey have both made comments. Darcy said, Asuka can barely speak the language yet. Her promos are some of the most enjoyable on the roster. Charisma shines in more ways than one. Hollywood Guy said, unless they show up during the match. That's true. If they do, and it is like a work, and because PW Insider are reporting that it's real, right? So if they've managed to get it out to the dirt sheets that this is real, right? And not only that, Sean Ross Sapp's asked about it, and he's not been told this is a work. In fact, he's found out who was going to win the match. So he's reached out and found out from his sources, not only is it not a work, otherwise he would have said, but also found out who was going to win the match. And that person was going to be Naomi. So if they have managed to fool the likes of Sean Ross Sapp, PW Insider, and have done this as a way of telling a story, that is something we just have not seen. That is very interesting because now, you know, we're starting to see worked storylines leaking out onto the internet through these channels, and you know that's going to really confuse the waters. It would get hard then to know what was true and what wasn't true. Right now, if Sean Ross Sapp says something, I listen. If PW Insider says something, I listen. If Dave Meltzer says something, I listen. Is it always true? No, it isn't. You know, because they do get, you know, bad information sometimes. But with this one, we know something's happened because we know that the match has changed. So that definitely adds more weight to it. And that's what makes me believe it more. Because we know there's been a change in the match, in the main event. The main event was a 6-pack challenge. It's now a one-on-one match. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of it plays out. It's very interesting, though. Now, I agree with the point I made earlier about the fact that, you know, it's got people talking. The only problem is it's completely overshadowing the show, and that's the only problem. We're sat here talking about something that's not happening on the show at the moment, so... we got Kevin Owens at ringside. It could be a ploy to get higher ratings. Could all of them be involved? Well, not PW Insider and Sean Ross Sapp. They don't have any connection in that sense. Like, doesn't matter to them about WWE getting higher ratings. It would affect them a lot more because their whole business is set up on giving you inside information, factual inside information. So if they give you information that's incorrect, which you have to expect, if they give you information that's incorrect, that reflects on them not being reliable sources, that reflects on them not being trustworthy, and then people won't subscribe. People wouldn't subscribe to Fightful and actually get that information early and first if that information was incorrect. So it affects them too much. I think it's Gable. They're talking about it on commentary. Well, it was a passing mention. It was a passing mention, and to be honest, I would imagine there's a lot of people quite upset with Sasha. That's why, like, them mentioning it on commentary hasn't really, changed my opinion on this. The reason why I say that is because I was trying to explain earlier how big of a deal this actually is. This, if true, is huge. It's huge. You just don't do it. You don't do it. And I could understand, you know, everyone that's had bad gimmicks. Shorty G. You remember when Chad Gable was Shorty G? I mean, like, people have lost matches that, you know, has not helped their careers. Everyone has to do stuff. I mean, everyone goes through frustrations. But you still go out there and you do it. So, you know, someone like Corey Graves, who's got an injury, can't even wrestle because of his injury, has been forced into retirement. I could understand him being a bit peeved if this is true. I could understand the locker room being a bit peeved if it's true. As I said before, Nikki ASH now is not in the main event. Doudrop now is not in the main event. There's people that were meant to be on this show and in the main event that are now seemingly not going to be on this show at all. They're not even going to make it onto Raw this week. Because that's... I don't know why they didn't just make it... Well, I don't know why the six-pack challenge turned into just a one-on-one. I don't know why it didn't just go to like a fatal four-way. I don't know. I don't know why Nikki ASH and Doudrop had to suffer. But, yeah, it did. It went down. Maybe there's even more to the story. I don't know. Maybe there's something happening with Nikki ASH and Doudrop as well. I have no idea. It is a bit strange to go from a six-pack challenge to just a one-on-one match. But if it's true, I can totally understand why people would be upset and disappointed. There's this real idea, this notion that you're kind of a team. So I don't know if you heard, but at WrestleMania, Becky actually went up to Stone Cold and thanked him for the house. And the reason why she did that is because whoever is in the main event, they're seen as basically being the ones that drew the people. So back in the day, people would go up to Hulk Hogan and thank Hogan for the house. So after each show, they'd go to Hogan and just say, like, thanks for the house, brother. Because it's, you know, Hogan's popularity and what Hogan was doing that's brought the people out to buy the tickets. That ticket money is, you know, what a lot of wrestlers were getting paid with. So thanks for being as popular as you are. Thanks for bringing the people out. Thank you for the house. So this idea that you're in this together, that you're trying to put on the best show possible, put out the best product possible, make things like, you know, you're kind of on the same team. And that's why Becky found Stone Cold at WrestleMania and thanked him for the house. So I can completely understand why the locker room would feel let down if two members of the locker room left before the show started. It completely goes against, like, the backstage protocols, the ethics of the company, the ethics of wrestling, to do that. So that could go some way as to explaining why Corey said what he said. It could be as well that Vince, who we know is in the commentator's ears, is fuming. Vince could be absolutely fuming. And so he could also want to make sure that people know that how unprofessional these two were by walking out. And he might have no problems with letting you know that, and this is how he's letting you know. So, again, it doesn't change my mind. But, equally, they could come walking out during the main event. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Maka said, if Naomi was supposed to win, then why would she walk out? Again, I mean, the way that I've took it, and, you know, you're having to join dots yourself here because we're only working with the information we've got, is that I think she's very loyal. I think she's a good person. I think Naomi's always come across as a really lovely person, a really good friend. I think she's someone that will always look to do what she thinks is the right thing. And I think, you know, if Sasha's walked out, I think Naomi could stay and, you know, do the show, or she could go after Sasha and, you know, be there for Sasha and potentially try and convince Sasha to return. I said earlier, like, she can always turn around to Vince and say, look, I tried to get her to come back. Not drop Sasha in it, but, like, that's why I left. I went to see if there was a way that we could work this out, if I could get her to return. But she wasn't having it type thing or whatever. So, you know, Naomi can always, like, say that with Vince. But I would imagine that she... I just get the feeling she's that kind of a woman. I can't say I'm too surprised that she's done that. Did you hear about the vampire bicycle that went round biting people's arms? It was a vicious cycle, said Kojiko. William said next week Sasha versus Nia Jax in Nia's return in a roller skate in nitroglycerin match. Dream match. Jonathan said, I think you're right. I think Vince is probably steaming. Well, I have to go back round again to say, you know, we'll have to wait and see what turns out to be true. All I can tell you is that it's the talk of Twitter at the moment, and Sasha and Naomi are trending. So we'll have to come back around. That would affect the product. What would affect the product? Walking out affects the product. It seems the story leading to Becky, Asuka, Belair next pay-per-view. Maybe Naomi's win was to get switched before the pay-per-view. I don't know what that means. Kevin said, all the drama because Sasha refused to lose to the gobbledygooker. Days, look at Becky's recent tweets. Look at Becky's recent tweets. Becky's recent tweet. Chaos, but I will prevail. So Becky says chaos, but I will prevail. Sasha Banks. I'm just looking to see if Sasha's put anything out. No. That would be the one, wouldn't it, if Sasha made a comment? Oh, man, it has... I tell you, if this turns out to be a work, and they've worked, like, PW Insider, and they've managed to, like, you know, get some, like, fake news out that way to make this... I don't know that this is a good thing, because it's overshadowed the show. It's overshadowed the show. I mean, I'm really interested now to see, during that main event, does Sasha and Naomi come out? I don't think they will. Sasha's unfollowed a load of people crazy fast. It's a record. Sasha's unfollowed a load of people. What? Let's be honest, I love WWE, but their creative is a mess at times, says Rob. I think you need to change the title. The title? What title? You're reading things that aren't true and feeding chaos, says Jeremy. Well, the PW Insider thing is... I mean, I've literally read that. I mean, I'm talking about what PW... I've read it out to you. So the PW Insider thing is legit. And I ain't feeling any chaos. It's trending of its own accord here. Becky Lynch has just tweeted out the word chaos. I mean, all I'm doing is I'm reacting to the same news that you lot are getting as well. And I completely stand by everything I've said. If true, then I think it's appalling. Does it mean that Sasha will be released, says Ace? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think they'd want to release Sasha if it is true because, I mean, she'd walk into AEW. God, they'd snap her up in like 0.1 seconds flat. So, you know, she could go there. I don't know what money they would get, but I'm sure Tony would break the bank together because she is a game changer if she goes to AEW. To be honest, she might want to do that, stick a finger up to Vince if she's, you know, genuinely upset. I don't think he'd want to release her for that reason. So what he'd probably do is suspend her. He could freeze the contract. So he could freeze her contract and suspend her so that she is not on the show. Her contract's not going down, like the amount of time that's still left on it. And then, like, you know, he could look to have a meeting with her to try and find a way forward. I mean, I'm sure he'll look to do that anyway. I mean, there'll be, obviously, this is a massive thing if true. Ezekiel wins. John said, the fact it's overshadowed the show could send a wake-up call to Vince and the creative that they need to come up with a better show. I don't know that Vince might not be aware that it's overshadowed the show. I mean, he is, you know, backstage just focused on the show, I would imagine, and just making sure this goes out and things go the way they should. They're looking for Akira Tozawa so that they can give him the divorce papers, and they find him in a bin. Tozawa has been given the divorce papers. Here's Dana Brooke. What type of people did she unfollow? I don't know on that. I have no idea how many people she was following, so I don't know. You need to change the name on the screen. As soon as it gets to the next match, I will. Dana has bumped into Carmella. Carmella says, you almost smashed my face. You're a sorry excuse for a competitor and you're a sorry excuse for a wife? Unlike you, I'm a real champion. Wow. The last time you was relevant is when the chinless guy worked here. A James Ellsworth reference. That'll be news to James Ellsworth, I would imagine. R-Truth says you're back. Do you remember when these two were doing dance breaks? Do you remember that? When the time is right, I want Dana, says Carmella. So, got a little bit of a story there. A bit of heat being built between Carmella and Dana. Lacey Evans. Lacey Evans is making her way out. So Lacey Evans doesn't look like we're going to be getting one of those vignettes this week. She comes out, she gets great reaction. Does she ever change her clothes? Lacey Evans making her way out. Is she going to do a match? She's getting a gentle applause. Not to go to Canada. I want Dana. Forget Carmella, says Larry. No more Southern Belle. No more Southern Belle. Foreshadowing the return of James Ellsworth, perhaps, says John. It'd be a pretty wild, unexpected moment of 2022 if they reach out to James Ellsworth. Be interesting to know if he how he responds. So let's see what's... he's probably caught up in the Sasha drama just like the rest of us. Watch. So, 46 minutes ago, he's just advertising cameos. So, I mean, that'll be a nice little boost for his cameos. But yeah, no mention. Look, on Twitter, you'll have to be a bit more specific than that, Trey. Lacey is here, she is. James Ellsworth is on GTS making $50. Look at Sean Ross Sapp's Twitter. Sean Ross Sapp. A statement. So Sean Ross Sapp's got a statement from WWE. When Sasha Banks and Naomi arrived at the arena this afternoon, they were informed of their participation in the main event of tonight's Raw. During the broadcast, they walked into WWE Head of Talent John Laurinaitis' office with their suitcases, placed the Tag Team Championship belts on the desk, and walked out. They claimed they weren't respected enough as Tag Team Champions. And even though they had 8 hours to rehearse and construct their match, they claimed they were uncomfortable in the ring with 2 of their opponents. Even though they'd had matches with these individuals in the past with no consequence. Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show whose characters are expected to perform the requirements of their contract. We regret that we were unable to deliver as advertised tonight's main event. If this is a work, it's one of the most craziest things I have ever seen. Legit, on record right now. If this is a work, it's one of the craziest things WWE has ever done. They have just put out a statement with the sentence... Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show. Just that being like put out there in black and white is crazy to read. I mean, we all know it is, but it's crazy to read that. And to do it whilst the show's on TV, whilst we're meant to be watching and just enjoying the show. Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show whose characters are expected to perform the requirements of their contracts, everything we've been saying. We regret we were unable to deliver as advertised tonight's main event. This is really interesting because now it doesn't seem like it's actually necessarily the finish of the match that's the problem. It seems like, I mean, they've walked in and handed their tag team titles to John Laurinaitis and said, we don't feel respected as champions. And they've walked out with their suitcases. This is I can't even begin to tell you how big this is. I can't even begin to tell you. If this is a work, it is... This is crazy. Legit one of the craziest moments in recent years. This is crazy. Who wrote that? Well, this is a WWE statement. It doesn't say who wrote it. It's from Sean Ross Sapp, though. It's on his Twitter account. It's right there in black and white. WWE's statement. So this has come from their, you know... When Sasha and Naomi arrived at the arena, they were informed of their participation in the main event. During the broadcast, they walked... During the broadcast? During... that's only just dawned on me. During the broadcast? During the show? During the show? During the broadcast? They walked into head of talent relation John Laurinaitis' office with their suitcases in hand. During the show? They put the tag team belt... The reason why they're going to have to say all this is we're going to have to need new women's tag champs. You're going to need to know what's happened and why we've got new women's tag champs. You're going to need to know why you might potentially never see Sasha Banks again. They claimed they weren't respected enough as tag team champions. And even though they had 8 hours to rehearse and construct their match, they claimed they were uncomfortable with 2 of their opponents. That's really weird. That's really weird. They claimed they weren't comfortable with 2 of their opponents. Who? Who are they not comfortable with? Is this the biggest story of 2022? Bigger than Cody? I think Cody going back is pretty crazy. I think it's right up there, though. I think it's right up there with Cody. The thing with Cody is the Cody thing played out for a long time. And there was, like, rumours that he was, you know, potentially not going to re-sign and rumours of him going to WWE. This has just dropped during the show. And could be the end of Sasha Banks in WWE. And could be the end of Naomi. The way this is worded is that they both went in and handed tag titles. So the way it's worded, they've both got suitcases. They've both got their belts. They both walk out. We're backstage with Riddle. WWE admitting that Raw is a scripted show is huge. If this is a work, I'm shocked. Yeah, if this is a work, I'm shocked. If it's a work, they've completely pulled the wool over my eyes on this. What? It's crazy. It's not just a statement, it's a bank statement, says Darcy. Do you know what? Let me just do something, and then I'll do it on here. I want to find out if people think it's real or a work. I'm interested to know where people fall on it. It's crazy they've put that statement out now. Bianca Belair's making her way out. This is crazy. This is crazy. I want to put that in the chat. I want to see what people think. I'd be interested to know if people think it's a work or not. I'm calling it work, but that's me, says Big Boy Dally. Is the Sasha and Naomi situation real or a work? What? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is one of the craziest things we've ever had happen during a stream. Situation. I want to make sure I spelled situation right. I have. I know it's overshadowed the show. I'm fully aware, but I mean, this is... I mean, borderline, like, unknown territory. Right, what have we got? We've got Becky versus Asuka, and that's going to be our main event. WWE held a Saturday live event at the Florence Center in Florence 48 hours ago. AJ came out to help Finn. There was a tag match. Rhea got involved. Liv stopped her, says Adam. Zero chance it's a work, says Top Tier. William said it's real. If you look at Sasha's Instagram, she's not following Nikki or Asuka. Sasha and Naomi have been... Oh, God, it's moving quick. I can't see it being a work. They need to address the false advertisement in one way or another. I would flip if they interfere in the main event. AEW fanboys are making me cringe. Jimmy did tease a new member of the Bloodline, so could be Naomi. Just imagine how big of a problem it must be if they're willing to walk out. They aren't just walking out over nothing, said Justin. If you look at Sasha's Instagram, she's not following Asuka or Nikki. Maybe they're the two. Fightful and PW Insider both claiming it's real. They sure did the match. They should have done the match first and then dealt with it. Must be uncomfortable for Jimmy since Naomi left. I think it's real, but it's over-dramatized. I think someone is exaggerating. Sean Ross Sapp is reporting that Wrestling Days is going to stop doing wrestling watch-alongs. Listen, if Sean Ross Sapp's reporting it, it must be real. Jonathan said it's a shoot. Master Chief said it's real. It's very real. Do you think Seth will go to AEW in the future? No. They've gone to the alumni section. No. 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 I'm on the app now. They haven't. They're still showing us being the women's tag team champs. I would have thought that was quick. Unless Vince turned around and went, they're done. Unless Vince has made his mind up right now, that's it. You don't do that to me. Which, I gotta tell you right now, if this is real, that is a very real prospect. There is really not much worse you can do. Refusing to work on a show. I mean, I just can't think of what would be worse. As I said, like maybe like, you know, assaulting a fan. But this is what you get paid to do. You get paid millions to, you know, be on a show. It's like an actor being paid millions to be in a show and then walking out before it films. Days got scared. I wasn't scared. I was shocked. I was shocked at how quick they'd done it, if it was true. Because that would have said to me that either it is a work and this is planned and right now we put the statement out. Now we'll put them in the alumni section. So it could have hinted towards it being a work if they'd have put them in the alumni section that fast. But it could also have hinted at Vince making his mind up of, you're done. I don't care who you are. You're done. Lillian Dane just tweeted out about the statement. I'm assuming one of the women was Nikki ASH. It's like when Stone Cold walked out all over again, says Colin. According to Sap, they wanted Naomi to pin Sasha in the six-pack challenge, says Top Tier. Justin, hello. Shout out to you. I'm outside of everything. I appreciate the streams and on-spot reporting. Even if I disagree, I love your lives. What does that mean? Not a cat. But Justin, shout out to you. 9 lives. The 9 lives of wrestling days. Sasha made it clear on podcast how desperate she is to go to Hollywood and acting. I wondered how long she'd been unhappy in WWE, said Dysfunction. If it's true, do you see them getting released, says Macca. I think it's hard to know, to be honest, isn't it? It's hard to know because I think that she's a big star. She's a big draw. She's one of their superstars. So if she is going to be just let go, I think it's probably more likely she gets sued. Fined and told not to do it again. If she does it again, she gets another fine. Legally, I don't know what employment law is that would allow you to do that. I don't know what's in the contracts. I can tell you that if a football player steps out of line in the Premier League, they'd pick up fines. So, you know, by her not appearing on the show, she is 100% in breach of her contract. What the repercussions are for breaching your contract would be in the terms and conditions. The small print, the fine detail. I've never seen a WWE contract, so I couldn't tell you what the repercussions would be, but I can't imagine that Vince would want to make things easy for Sasha and just let her go. Equally, I don't think she's... I don't know, this is bad. If it's true, and I keep having to say if it's true, it's bad. It's real bad. And she could be done. But I would imagine that she's... I'd imagine if I was Vince, what would I do? Well, first of all, I don't want to let her go. I don't want to let her go because she's a big star. Probably makes a lot in merch money for me. She probably helps me with views. She's got a big social media presence. She's in The Mandalorian. I don't want to lose that. And I certainly don't want it going to AEW. So, first of all, I ain't going to let her go. Equally, I can't trust her at the moment. So, I'll suspend her with pay. But I'll freeze her contract. I don't want to just run a contract down. I don't know how long is left on a contract. That would be interesting to find out. If her contract is like a good couple of years, well then, all right. Suspend her with pay. I'm not going to use her for, the next few weeks at least. Let this settle down. Like, let it blow over a little bit. Because at the moment, talking to them, I'd imagine, tensions are high. Let it settle down, and then I would call her into the headquarters, fine her. She's definitely getting fined. No doubt about that. And then I'm going to see where we are and see if there's a way forward and see if she's come to realise what she did was wrong. Maybe she will come to realise that was the wrong way to handle it, and maybe the fine will be enough, will be sufficient. If not, well then I've really got a problem. And to be honest, I'd be thinking, like, if she's got a couple of years left, can I afford to just pay her for those 2 years and just leave her off TV? Because I really don't want to go into AEW. So she can just rot at home. Which might seem really dark and a real moody thing to do. But I don't want her going to AEW. She's an asset, and she's in the Mandalorian, and she's got a fan base, and I don't want her taking that to AEW. But equally, I can't trust her. I can't trust her. Like, I can't be planning her matches, and then she doesn't like them and refuses to do them. So I'm sort of in a catch-22 here, aren't I? What am I meant to do? I don't want to let her go, and I can't trust her to use her. So what am I meant to do? So, you know, all I could do is just keep having meetings with her once a month or something to see if we've got any kind of movement and if we can come to any kind of agreement. I wouldn't just, right, that's it, you can rot at home. I would still be talking with her to try and find a way forward. But, yeah, I don't want to go into AEW. I definitely don't want to go into AEW. That would be huge. Dare I say bigger than CM Punk? Because CM Punk had been out the game for like 7 years, and it was massive, him coming back, and it caught everyone's attention. But Sasha's like a massive, relevant star right now. She's like one of the biggest female wrestlers. You drop her in AEW, I feel like that does move their needle. That is something that's going to change their ratings. And I, as Vince McMahon, I wouldn't obviously want to see that happen. And if there's ways of preventing it, well, you're going to do that, aren't you? David said, would it be all right if, with this, if it was in respect, I don't think they're going to be connected, to be honest, mate. I mean, the shooting in Buffalo, I don't know much about it, but it's obviously awful news. But I really don't see how a result of a match is going to be connected with what happened in Buffalo. I really don't see any connection there whatsoever. So, David said, if it's connected to that, I would be all right with it. I don't know. I think we're going down some roads that we don't need to go down. I really don't see how the result of a main event of Raw 6-pack challenge has got anything to do with the horrific situation and what happened in Buffalo. I just can't make them two tie together, to be honest. I can't connect them. So I can't answer it because I can't see the connection. Justin said, outside of everything... Oh, read that one. Justin, shout out to you, bud. Let's go down. I can't see them returning in this match with 10 minutes left. John said, I lived in Buffalo for a few years. What happened there made me sad. I don't actually know the ins and the outs of what happened. It did get reported here in the UK, of course. I believe there was like some racial motivation there, but I really don't know enough to comment on it. I don't know what happened to the gunman. I don't know where it happened. I don't know. Not something that I thought would come up, to be honest. But again, I can't see the relevance, the connection to the main event of Monday Night Raw. Should I replace them with Rhea and Liv, says Noah. I was comparing it. I was using it as a reasonable option for them not being there. I can't see it. I understand you people looking for reasons why it could have happened, but WWE have put a statement out kind of saying why. WWE have put a statement out, and obviously it's their side of the story, but clearly Sasha and Naomi have gone into a room, put the tag titles down, and said they don't feel like they're being respected. So right now, I don't think we need to look beyond that. I don't feel like we need to search for anything beyond that. I feel like they've gone into that room and said, you know, to John Laurinaitis, here's the belts. We don't think we're being respected. Apparently, they've also said there's 2 people in the match they don't feel comfortable working with. So maybe there's some real backstage stuff going on that we don't know about. So there could be some backstage, like, falling outs between Naomi and Sasha and a couple of women. They don't feel comfortable with, you know, what's happened and that's it. So I think to kind of go beyond that, looking for other reasons as to why they might have left, I don't think we need to do it. And certainly there's no talk about, you know, what had the tragic events. And we do have to say that because it was horrific of what happened in Buffalo. Nando says Sasha asked to leave. Vince said no, and we'll probably take her off TV. Right, we are underway with our main event. What a mess of a show after this. If it is a work, right, I'm just going to dial back to if it is a work. If it is a work, I think it's been a really, really bad idea. Really bad idea. Because if it is a work, it'll come out as a work soon enough. And it's completely overshadowed this show. Completely overshadowed the show. It's just not... It's not helped Raw. It's hindered it. And right now, you know, Sasha and Naomi, I don't think are coming out of this looking very good. Pretty sure Sasha is walking around with oversized glow sticks. Roll up by Asuka. Becky rolling Asuka up. We've got 4 minutes left to go. If it's work, then it's really dumb, says Daniel. I just wondered if there was anything else that had been reported. You've got to know the scramble now by everyone to get the news is going to be insane. Yeah, Joey Janela, how funny is that? There is some bad language here. I do apologise, but I do want to show you, look, Joey Janela has pulled out that scripted live TV show. Scripted live TV show is something that jumped out to Joey Janela as well. And as we said, as soon as I read it, that Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show. It's so strange to see that written down. It's really weird. It's really strange. Asuka on that top rope. She goes down. Crowd are quiet. That news, I wonder if it's got to them yet. I don't know. What is going on with Sasha and Naomi? I missed the show, said WWE fan. Dude, all we've done is talk about it for the past hour and a half. Let's go to Wrestle Votes. Wow. I wonder what we'll be talking about all week. Source notes the WWE statement regarding Sasha and Naomi is just the baseline of details. The tension leading up to the walkout was palpable all day, with both superstars upset at something that transpired. More details will come out in due time. So what the statement says is just bare details, basic details, right? We don't actually know, like, the proper in-depth stuff. Asuka spits green mist at Becky. Asuka, 1, 2, 3. Asuka's got the win. Asuka green misted Becky and has got the victory. I've read WrestleVote's tweet, yeah. They're saying that statement is bare minimum, bare facts. And there's more information. The tension leading up to the walkout was palpable all day. Means that it was in the air. You could feel it. There was unhappiness around. You could sense it. It was palpable. With both superstars upset at something that transpired. Something happened that made them upset. I don't think they felt like they were supported as champions. And the end result is they've walked into the office and said, here's your belts. We don't feel respected. We're off. And they've walked out. And this show's about to end, and there is no sign of them. Days, there's no way this is a works. The casual viewer that's just watching Raw will have no idea that it's even happened. Sasha said thank you to Vince on Twitter. What has she just said to him? She's always said thank you to Vince, but she's always done it in like a little tongue-on-cheek way. Those tweets, whenever she said thank you to Vince, have always come across to me as a little bit tongue-in-cheek. They've always come across as her being a little bit cheeky. Her being like, thank you, Vince, for these opportunities. They mean so much to me. Thank you so much. Like, it's always come across as like being a bit sarcastic. This is massive news, says Delwyn. Match seemed really good for it to be a serious problem with Sasha and Naomi. I want Asuka to have new face paint. She's had this one for the past few years. Jim says, I don't blame Sasha or Naomi. I didn't watch Raw. I only saw via match on my phone. That was all. The casual viewers are the ones that think this is a work. Cobra said this isn't a work. Can't wait to hear all of the YouTube pros trying to figure it out. Rashawn said it's a shame we couldn't get to enjoy the show due to the news. Zoom Station says 3 for doing Sasha and Naomi dirty. Irish Rebel said this is awful. Oh, do you reckon people are going to side with Sasha and Naomi? We do need to hear their side as to what's transpired. I just can't. I can't. Really am struggling to see in what world, what realm it is acceptable to walk out before a show begins. With kids in the crowd that have paid to see, their heroes. And Sasha Banks is absolutely going to be one of them people. She's a massive, massive star. She's a massive star. I just can't. I agree. I mean, if you've got problems, do the show first, and then walk out. I mean, if you're leaving WWE, like if you've made up your mind, you've packed your suitcase, you've handed your belts back, and you're not happy with it, do it after the show. Do it after the show. Do the show first. Let the crowd see you. Do the and then walk out. If anything, that screws Vince even more because you would have just had Naomi win. Naomi would have just won that match and now Naomi's gone. It would have made this whole match redundant. Would have screwed him up even more. I could have tolerated that a little bit better. Interesting how WWE said they had 8 hours to rehearse. And during the broadcast, they decided to walk out. During the broadcast is when they left. Sasha's only following 6 people on Twitter. This was a good Monday Night Raw, but the release of Sasha. Right, let's get this poll wrapped up. Let's end this poll. See where people are. Sasha and Naomi situation. Is it a real or a work? 68%. Nearly 70. We're basically 70-30 here. 68.9 or whatever. And we've got work 31 point whatever. So it's basically 70-30. 70% reckon it's real. And 30% think it's a work. Why would you do the thing that you're trying to not do, says Justin. Well, because you've got people that have paid money to see you and you're meant to be a performer. If you are so against doing that thing, then can you not deal with it after the show? I mean, they went to Vince beforehand and they said to Vince, we don't want to go this way, we don't want to do it. He hasn't changed his mind, and they've then walked out, right? So to me, it's really shady and not the way to handle business. So it would have been better, I think, it comes across better if you don't let the fans down that have come to see you, and you do the match that you're asked to do, as, millions of wrestlers have been asked to do things they don't want to do all over the world. You do what you've been asked to do that you didn't want to do, and then, deal with it after. If after you've done it, you go, right, I didn't want to do that, I did it, I didn't let the fans down, they paid to see me, I saw them, but now I'm done. Here's your titles. I told you I didn't want to do it. I did it. I'm standing by my word. Here's your belts. I'm off. Because the end result is, listen, if you packed your bags, handed the titles in, and you've done one, you've got to be going with that voice in your head saying, you're done. That voice has got to be in your head saying, this is the last time that you'll be in WWE. Like, that's how serious it is, just taking your ball and going home. And I just think that would have been a little bit better. It's still not great, but it would have been a little bit better than, walking out before Raw begins. Need to know what happened. I do agree. We need to know, as we get in more details, and now we're starting to hear that it wasn't just Sasha. It was Naomi as well. So before I was, with Naomi saying that I think she was a good friend, and because Sasha went, she's gone. Seems like they both walked at the same time, so my feelings about Sasha are now shared with Naomi, and I think it would have been better to have done the match and then go afterwards. I think, then, at least you can't say to them, well, you let down some fans that were there. At least you can't say that. Holding the show hostage and ransom and all of that, that's the bit that's really sticking in the throat. If they just really are not enjoying it and they go after, then they've basically done what Toni Storm did. Toni Storm did a show, and as soon as it was over, jumped on a plane and left. So Toni Storm did that. But to my knowledge, she didn't do it before the show. I think she did it straight after the show. And it wasn't, I think it was a house show. I don't even think it was a Raw or a SmackDown. I think it was a house show. And I think she did it and then jumped on a plane and left. So, there's ways of handling business and doing things. I just think this is the worst way that they could have done it. They didn't want to perform because of the shooting. That's not what's in the WWE statement. If I told my job I felt unsafe doing something and they made me do it and I walked out, I don't think I would lose my job. It's just a different view. Well, I agree. We need to find out why. But who is not safe out of Doudrop, Nikki ASH has been on the main roster for quite a while. Never heard of any issues. Doudrop has been a amateur wrestler, independent wrestler. She's been in NXT UK. This isn't some girl that's just been plucked out of nowhere. Again, I can't say I've heard anything about her being unsafe. Just going back to the WWE statement. During the broadcast, during the show, they walked into John Laurinaitis' office with their suitcases, placed the tag team belts, and walked out. This is what they said, just to circle back around again. They claimed they weren't respected enough as tag team champions. And even though they had 8 hours to rehearse and construct their match, they claimed they were uncomfortable in the ring with 2 of their opponents. even though they've had matches with them in the past with no consequences. So that's what WWE has said. So there's a couple of people in there that they were uncomfortable, and we don't know why. We don't know why. We don't know that it's to do with them not being safe. It might be that there's been a falling out. It might be that they just don't want to work with them as a result, and they're uncomfortable for that regard. The word uncomfortable definitely needs to be defined a little bit more. But, look, they were uncomfortable. What I would say as well is if they go ahead with the match and they're uncomfortable with two people in the match, they haven't got to do anything with those two people. They've got, as WWE has said here, they've had 8 hours to come up with a match where if they're uncomfortable with a couple of people in it, they've got 8 hours to find a way of having that match but not interacting with those two people. It could always be the case that Sasha and Naomi are on the outside. Let's say it is Asuka. Let's say it's Asuka and Nikki ASH, right? Asuka, right? One of the best in-ring competitors. Never heard anything said about Asuka bad before. This would be a first, right? So Asuka and Nikki ASH. I can't say I've ever heard anything bad about Nikki ASH. So Asuka and Nikki ASH, let's say it's them. Well, whenever they're in the ring, it could be a case that Sasha and Naomi are not. If there's 6 women involved, they haven't got to be in there with those two. I can't find any excuse. I can't find any excuse as to why you wouldn't do this. If there was a moment that was planned that they didn't want to do, then they could say to Vince, look, we'll do the match, but we're not doing that moment. It's not safe. I'm not doing it. I'd have no problem with them doing that, but I still can't find as to why you wouldn't go into the match. I mean, you've made it clear I ain't going to do it. No one's going to make you do something that you don't want to do. No, I mean, but that's not even what they're saying. They're saying that they're uncomfortable with 2 of their opponents, even though they've had matches with those people in the past with no consequences. That does need defining, I do agree. That does need defining. We need to get more detail there, and WrestleVotes is saying that there was something that happened backstage. WrestleVotes is saying that there was it was palpable tension in the air. It feels to me like something has happened. I think there's been a falling out, and I think they don't want to work with these women. That's how the pieces are coming together. But I do agree, we do need to get some more details on it. Sasha fans are using everything in their defense. It's crazy how fandoms work. It was unprofessional. If I was Tony Khan, I'd think twice about hiring someone that walked out on a show. Maybe it happened because Sasha and Naomi think they're better than Charlotte, Ronda, Becky, anyone else. Well, I don't know. Until we get more detail, we're going to be speculating until the cows come home, aren't we? We're going to be speculating. Everyone's going to have an opinion on this. And my opinion has not wavered since this news first broke. If it's true that they have walked out because they're not happy with a finish, right? Or they've had a falling out with a couple of people, and they've walked out, I think it's appalling. I would say that if it was Gunther. I would say that if it was Serena Deeb. I would say it if it was Asuka. I would say it if it was Bruno Sammartino. It's just an absolute no-no. You just absolutely don't do it. You don't do it. You do not walk out before a show is about to begin. Now, the only way that you could find a mitigating circumstance is if they were being asked to do something that was unsafe. Let's say Owen Hart, right? I think if Owen Hart had walked out of that show saying he didn't trust the thing, he said he didn't trust it, no one listened to him, and the only option he had was to walk away because they were going to make him do it, I think we can all agree that we would have rather he done that than what actually happened, and obviously he falls to his death and passes away, right? So if it's along the lines of they were being asked to do something that they deemed to be unsafe, I would definitely be open to hearing about what was they being asked to do, right? What were they being asked to do that they deemed to be unsafe? What were they going to do in the main event of this week's Raw that's going to be any different or more crazy than what we've seen before? I mean, this isn't a Darby Allin match. Do you know what I mean? I can't imagine they were getting ladders and chucking each other off and all this kind of stuff. And as I said before, even then you can still do the match and just refuse to do the spot. Refuse to do that spot. Just don't do that spot. I mean, if it feels uncomfortable and you don't want to do it because of safety reasons, listen, I'm willing to listen to that. I'm willing to listen to it because, as I've said, we would all have rather Owen Hart hadn't have, gone through with what, he went through with. So I'd be willing to listen to that being unsafe. But there's nothing here to say that they were being asked to do something unsafe. The closest we're getting is in the WWE statement. WWE have worded it that they were uncomfortable with two people in the match. Uncomfortable. That could mean that there was a falling out and that they were uncomfortable with them. It doesn't necessarily mean they were being asked to do or they thought they were unsafe. But there's two sides to every story. It might not seem it. I am trying to play devil's advocate. I am trying to, call it down the middle. It's just not, right now, not a good look. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. He said he knows the wrestlers that are referenced and he'll put it on Fightful after his live stream. Is it possible one was going to get hit with Asuka's mist? Shouldn't really be a factor, to be honest. Shouldn't be a factor. I mean, unless they're worried about COVID, and it's a COVID thing, but that's not in that statement. They're saying that it's because, and again, I know it's one side of the story, but there's two people they feel uncomfortable with. Nowhere in that statement does it say they were uncomfortable with the planned finish of the match. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say they were uncomfortable with the planned finish of the match. I'm going by the information we've got. It says they didn't think they were respected enough, and they were uncomfortable with two of their opponents in the match. The mist isn't a good reason, says WWE fan. There's three sides to every story. Side A, side B, and then the truth. Sasha and Naomi have beaten 4 tag teams since winning the titles. How do they feel disrespected? Don't know. Steven says, I don't care about this. Bring on the next big thing. Well, listen. You're going to be hearing a lot of this. A lot of it. This is going to be absolutely unescapable. Absolutely unescapable. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just can't get my head around it. It's weird because I've read it all and I get it and I understand it, and I've seen WWE's statement. I've seen what WrestleVotes has said. I've read on the stream what Pro Wrestling Insider are reporting. We're hearing little bits and bobs coming through as well, but it's just so crazy to me. So crazy. I just can't think, outside of Tony Storm jumping on a plane and Stone Cold and what Ultimate Warrior did, this is just not something that happens. It's just not something that happens. Austin said it's going to be crazy to hear more of this unfolds. I agree. It's like Steve Austin walking out that one time when he was facing Lesnar, said WWE fan. John said, are you going to do scores for the show? I think we're going to skip scores, to be honest, buds. Just because it doesn't really feel fair to score the show. What I would say is that I think it was a good show. Feel free to put them in the chat if you want, but I think this is just... I don't know about you, but we didn't even get a chance to do halftime scores. As soon as this news broke through, just absolutely took over. Just absolutely took over. Neville did this and no one cared, says End of Days. Neville did this. I can't remember Neville walking out before a show. I mean, I'll go on record right now if it makes any difference to say if he did, shame on him. The only caveat would be if it's unsafe. If it's something that's unsafe. But if it's you don't like the finish, it's inexcusable. I couldn't focus on the show, says Let Him In. Austin said, this was a good show, but the Sasha Naomi thing took over. Lance says, I agree with you on a lot, but this show was rubbish, says Lance. Well, I mean, Becky and Asuka in a main event, I think was a pretty tasty main event. Cage match was so-so. Liv finally joining up with Finn and AJ was alright. I don't mind the Carmella Dana thing. I'm trying to think what else we got. That's why I can't score it. It's why I can't score it, because like maybe where the show was a bit dull and maybe where some of the matches weren't that great, we were so trying to, like, you know, involved with the whole Sasha and Naomi story that it didn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Like, any dips or whatever just didn't matter in the show quality because we were so focused on other things. So I'm not going to score it. I'm not going to score it. Big Boy Dally said, WWE releasing the statement keeps drawing me back to it being a work, and I don't know why. It's hard to know how to react in that sense because this is not, there's no point of reference here. You can't go, oh, do you remember when this happened last year and they did this and this and this and then it turned out to be a work? Like, you can't do that because this doesn't happen. So you can't sit there and go, oh, this is a work because, and compare it to something. 'Cause there's nothing to compare it to. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. The only thing I would say is if it's a work, then I think it makes Sasha and Naomi heels because they've refused to work a show and, you know, abandoned the fans. It gets the belts off them, so you'd crown new champions and we would know why. And it completely overshadowed Raw. And it's going to be all people are going to talk about. And I think it's a bad idea if it's a work. I don't think it's a work. I think it's real. I think it's real because you know that every journalist, wrestling journalist right now that's got any sort of connection is milking them all hard right now. Like the amount of texts and emails and phone calls that must be going on right now to try and figure out the truth and what's actually happened and where are we and all this. It must be insane behind the scenes. Must be insane. So the amount of stuff that must be going on right now, and so far, no one has been able to come out and say, I spoke to a source, it's believed that this is a work. No one has said that. No one has said that. And WWE have even put out a statement that includes the line, Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show. I mean, that is insane. And talking about how they didn't feel, two of their superstars didn't feel. WWE have put out a statement that says that two of their champions have walked out because they didn't feel respected. That is not great PR. And also, they had a problem with two other people in the company in the same match. And they felt uncomfortable with them. Which kind of hints at, like, backstage tensions. That is not great PR. And then they've included the line, Monday Night Raw is a scripted live TV show whose characters, they're referring to them as characters, are expected to perform the requirements of their contract. If this was a work, why would, if you're working, why would you just expose the fact that it's scripted, the fact that you have characters, the fact that these characters are expected to perform their requirements of their contracts? Like, this is mental. the wording of this is insane, and the wording of this does not sound like a work. If this was a work, you don't have to tell people that your show is scripted. You don't have to tell people that you have characters. I mean, what happened to superstars? They're all WWE superstars, aren't they? Not in this statement. In this statement, they're characters. And, talking about how they are expected to perform the requirements of their contracts, we regret that we weren't able to deliver the advertised main event. WWE is saying, we are sorry, we couldn't give you the main event we wanted to give you. If this is a work, none of that needed to be in there. None of that needed to be in there. Didn't need to be there. Honestly, I'm so on board the this is real ship. I might as well wear the captain's hat. It's definitely real. It's 100% real. It's not a work. I remember the Neville thing involving WWE wanting Enzo out of all cruiserweights to be the one to beat Neville. He couldn't stand it and was making a show off the division. I can't remember, and I'm not saying it didn't happen because we're talking years and years ago now, but I can't remember Neville and hearing news that Neville had walked out before a show. I can't remember that. And if he did, then to my knowledge, he never returned. If he did, then he went, and that was the last of him. And then he sat at home for I don't know how long, and then went to AEW. So, and shame on him. I'll say it now. If that's what he did, and I genuinely can't remember off the top of my head, otherwise I would have referenced it. Shame on him. Because unless it's something that you deem to be unsafe and something that's going to put your health in harm's way, then I'm really struggling to see why you wouldn't just do the show. We're going back to 2017, says Austin, for Neville. Possibly Sasha didn't like Naomi winning because she got a single shot. It's not what they're saying in truth. The statement here implies they don't feel respected and they had a problem with a couple of people in the match. End of day said, I can remember it. I saw it. It did happen. I think that WWE tried to come up with something to respond to what people were saying. Maybe they went the wrong way with the spin doctrine. Curious to see what happens next. Daniel said that is how Neville left. He said it in interviews. Fine. Shame on him. Doesn't change anything. He, the ones that I can remember and recall are Ultimate Warrior doing it at that SummerSlam in 91. Maybe Toni Storm. I can't remember if she did it before or after that house show. But it doesn't... Fine. If Neville's another example, shame on him. They don't feel respected as tag champs, so her getting a singles title shot might have peeved Sasha off. I think it was right after WrestleMania. Neville walked out, said 729TJH. Trini said, the conspiracy theories are funny to me. Vince is obviously upset and getting ahead of the ladies by putting out the WWE version of the truth first. Yeah. Well, WWE have issued a statement quite quick there. And I suppose that is to get it out before Sasha and Naomi's version, because their version is going to be a bit different. WrestleVotes has already said there's more to it than this, and of course there is, because we still have to hear what Sasha and Naomi have got to say. Super hyped WWE Live main event, Bianca versus Rhea versus Becky versus Liv, new champion. Also Cody, Seth. WWE has used language they've used for legal reasons, says Steven. Delmar said, wasn't Sasha and Naomi the only women's champions that were consistently booked well whilst everyone was losing 50-50? James said, unconfirmed reports are saying it's Doudrop and Nikki that they had issues with. Interesting. Maybe Sasha and Naomi felt that Doudrop and Nikki had done nothing to deserve being in the match. Maybe. Who do you think will beat Roman for the Universal? Probably, I don't know, actually. Not for the Universal, I'm not sure. For me, I don't think there really is anyone at the moment. Drew's got to be a front runner, but I wouldn't go that way. Where is the source for the statement? I can't find it online except for Sean Ross Sapp. It won't have come from Vince or anything. It will have come from WWE. So it will have come from their probably legal department. So yeah, it's WWE's statement. I don't think it actually says as to who's put it out, because who's put it out is probably Jane that works in the legal department. So it's not like Vince has said this. Just got off my bouncer job to come and see you, Trenton. Shout out to you. To be fair to Neville, I'm pretty sure he did the match with Enzo, lost the belt, and then left WWE weeks later. Well, I can't recall him walking or refusing to do a show. So, I don't know. I'd have to look into it, but to be honest, that's not really my focus right now. But I appreciate you giving us that update, Daniel. Schwan said, thanks for clearing that up. Trini said, if Charlotte did that, no one would be trying to find any excuses and would say that she's wrong. Why are we trying to defend? Is it because it's Sasha? Steven says Brock will be the one to win the strap next. Austin said that's a good point. It's crazy, isn't it? Crazy. Well, listen, we've stuck around for half an hour after the show to, just go through bits, but until we get like Sasha and Naomi's side and of events and the full fallout of this, we're not going to get like the full truth. But if you're sick of hearing this, then you're going to have a bad few weeks, I think, because this really ain't going anywhere. If this results in Sasha and Naomi being removed from WWE, it's one of the biggest things that will have happened in recent years. I would say this is one of the biggest things that's happened in recent years outside of COVID, full stop anyway. I think this is right up there with Cody coming back. Right up there, because there's just not, many examples. There are examples, but not many examples of this happening in the past. It's just honestly a no-go situation. You might remember Vince laying into Stone Cold for when he did it. Vince actually on the Broken Skull sessions was like laying into Stone Cold because, it's just not the done thing. Taking your ball and going home is just not the done thing. So... right, we're done. Edwards, I know you keep putting in this question, so I'll answer it now. We're at the end of the stream. If Liverpool win the quad, Klopp goes down as the greatest manager in Premier League history. Do you agree? No. 100% no. He will have won 2 Premier League titles. That in no way compares to Sir Alex Ferguson, who won multiple titles over a multiple period of time. And, if Liverpool win the quad, it would be an incredible achievement. Absolutely incredible. But it's only like one step up from United winning the treble anyway, which they did in 99. So, no, he wouldn't go down as the best manager in Premier League history. I honestly don't even know if he would make the top 3. Seriously don't even know if he'd make the top 3. Because I think you could make an argument for Sir Alex Ferguson and for Pep Guardiola. Like, those two, I think, are in the top 3. And then the third could be Klopp. But I think you've got the likes of Arsene Wenger. You've got the likes of Jose Mourinho. There's names that would come to mind that could go in that third spot. So, No, I would say that it'd be an amazing achievement if they get it done. Incredible achievement. But it wouldn't make him the best manager in the Premier League. Wrestling Wriggle, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, Trenton. Appreciate the support. I mean, look, all I'm going to say, just to wrap this up, is my feelings do not change regardless of the wrestlers, right? This is nothing to do with Sasha, nothing to do with Naomi. Any wrestler that did that, I would feel the exact same, right? Undertaker, Shawn Michaels, Daniel Bryan, I don't give a flip. Anyone walks out because they're unhappy with what they're being asked to do, unless it is something that is going to cause you... I mean, unless it's something that's going to cause you harm, then I'm really struggling as to why you wouldn't go through with it. I mean, I'm trying to think if there'd be, like, maybe extreme embarrassment. Maybe you could, in that case as well. Like, do you remember when Drake Maverick had to wet himself? Big Show grabbed him, and he wet himself. I heard, and I don't know if this is true, but I heard, this was the other year this happened, I heard that there was a little thing in his pocket, and he pressed the button, and it wet his trousers. I heard that that wasn't working, and so he had to try and actually wet himself. Now, I don't know if that's true. It could just be like hearsay. I think I might have heard it from Drake Maverick, though. You know, in that kind of case, I could understand someone being like, I'm not going to do that on TV. Again, though, that I don't think that's what WWE wanted. I think they did give him a little like water pistol in his pocket that was going to do the job. And then I think it didn't work. And so I think he had to resort to plan B. Again, don't quote me on that. Feel free to Google it and see if that is the case. But, you know, maybe if it was something like that, maybe. But even then, if they, you know, they gave him a little water, basically he's squirting his trousers with a water pistol. So even then, I'd be like, I don't even think that's enough to turn it down. So only if it's something like the Owen Hart thing, then I'd be understanding. So nothing to do with Sasha, nothing to do with Naomi, everything to do with how you act as a professional. And right now, I don't like the look of it, but we'll see what their statements come through as. See what they have got to say. See what their issues are with Doudrop and Nikki. Again, unconfirmed that it's those two. But according to WWE's statement, it is two wrestlers that they've got a problem with. And it is reported to be them. So it's going to be interesting. See how it plays out. Right, awesome. Appreciate the support. We'll see how this plays out. And I'll see you on, back tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods. Back tomorrow for some football. And we're back on Wednesday for AEW. And hopefully by Wednesday, maybe even tomorrow's Escape Pods, we should have a bit more information. I'm sure tomorrow this thing is just going to go flipping nuclear, right? As we start to get all this information coming through. So, awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Sorry it overshadowed everything, but I'm sure you understand. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.